fctv.org/watch/SBR. Falmouth Select Board Chair Bob Miscali and Town Manager Mike Rinshaw are recapping Select Board meetings on FCTV's newest series, Select Board Report. Watch new episodes of Select Board Report Thursdays, live at 5, at fctv.org or on YouTube. Have a question about what happened at the last Select Board meeting? Ask our host by visiting fctv.org/watch/SBR. Falmouth Select Board Chair Bob Miscali and Town Manager Mike Rinshaw are recapping Select Board meetings on FCTV's newest series, Select Board Report. Watch new episodes of Select Board Report Thursdays, live at 5, at fctv.org or on YouTube. Have a question about what happened at the last Select Board meeting? Ask our host by visiting fctv.org/watch/SBR. Falmouth Select Board Chair Bob Miscali and Town Manager Mike Rinshaw are recapping Select Board meetings on FCTV's newest series, Select Board Report. Watch new episodes of Select Board Report Thursdays, live at 5, at fctv.org or on YouTube. Have a question about what happened at the last Select Board meeting? Ask our host by visiting fctv.org/watch/SBR. Falmouth Select Board Chair Bob Miscali and Town Manager Mike Rinshaw are recapping Select Board meetings on FCTV's newest series, Select Board Report. Watch new episodes of Select Board Report Thursdays, live at 5, at fctv.org or on YouTube. Have a question about what happened at the last Select Board meeting? Ask our host by visiting fctv.org/watch/SBR.
Carlson Printing, 508-548-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@gmail.com. Carlson Printing, for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for FCTV.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287.
It is 6 p.m. Do I have a motion to go into executive session under M.G.L. Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to litigation?
So moved.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor by roll call. Muscali, aye.
Brown, aye.
Goldstone, aye.
Reed, aye. Richardson, aye.
Okay, thank you. We will be going to executive session, returning on or about 6:30. Thank you.
Falmouth Select Board Chair Bob Miscali and Town Manager Mike Renshaw are recapping Select Board meetings on FCTV's newest series, Select Board Report. Watch new episodes of Select Board Report Thursdays, live at 5, at fctv.org or on YouTube. Have a question about what happened at the last Select Board meeting? Ask our host by visiting fctv.org/watch/SBR. Are recapping Select Board meetings on FCTV's newest series, Select Board Report. Watch new episodes of Select Board Report Thursdays, live at 5, at fctv.org or on YouTube. Have a question about what happened at the last Select Board meeting? Ask our host by visiting fctv.org/watch/SBR. Falmouth Select Board Chair Bob Miscali and Town Manager Mike Renshaw are recapping Select Board meetings on FCTV's newest series, Select Board Report. Watch new episodes of Select Board Report Thursdays, live at 5, at fctv.org or on YouTube. Have a question about what happened at the last Select Board meeting? Ask our host by visiting fctv.org/watch/SBR.
Okay, good evening. The board has returned from executive session, and I will now call to order the open session of the Town of Falmouth Select Board, Monday, March 23rd, 2026. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this point, I'd just like to remind everyone to silence your cell phones and notify the chair if you are making a video or audio recording of this open session meeting. The placement and operation of the recording equipment should not interfere with the conduct of this meeting. And I'm going to turn to Member Richardson for a proclamation.
Whereas the town of Falmouth benefits from the graceful canopy of tree limbs that shade us from the blazing summer sun, purify our air of contaminants, provide a peaceful respite from the ordinary world, and generally beautify our community. And whereas the town has been recognized by a national program and is known far and wide as a tree city, and whereas the Falmouth Tree Warden and Falmouth Public Schools recognize the aesthetic value of the beautiful trees of Falmouth by organizing a day to celebrate the purity and strength exemplified by a statuesque tree and all living green things, and thereby honor the trees of Falmouth by sharing thoughts and teaching more about the value of our trees. And now, therefore, we, Robert P. Miscali, Heather M.H. Goldstone, Douglas C. Brown, Colin W. Reed, and Jack P. Richardson, as the Select Board of the Town of Falmouth, do hereby proclaim Friday, April 24th, 2026, as Arbor Day in Falmouth, in witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused the great seal of the Town of Falmouth to be affixed this day, Monday, March 23rd, 2026.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Jeremiah Pearson, Park Superintendent and Tree Warden. So this year's Arbor Day event will be held at historic Highfield Hall. It should be a great day. We're hoping to get a lot of tree and landscape volunteers and do a lot of much needed maintenance. And I welcome all of you to attend. What's the date and time? It's going to start around 9 o'clock on the 24th of April.
Okay. Right. Thank you, Jeremiah. Okay. Moving on to recognition. Is there any recognition?
Do we need to vote that?
No.
Okay.
Any recognition? No? Okay. Announcements. The first announcement I'm going to make is that I apologize that the agenda is as lengthy as it is. We're not going to be meeting as a board like this until after town meeting, which is April 13th. Or if town meeting is April 6th, our next select board meeting would be April 13th. So we needed to put a lot of items on the agenda so that we could deal with them in enough time. The second is that with respect to item 7E, which is the ICE statement, correspondence, and policy statement, we will not be taking public comment this evening. The board will review it, discuss it, but we're not going to have public comment on that this evening. We will have public comment at a future meeting.
Are we going to defer that item to review the edits?
Yeah, well, we'll talk about the
Okay.
edits tonight, but I just wanted, if anyone wanted to go home, because we're not going to allow public comment, I wanted to give them that opportunity. And now I have the following statement. The members of the Select Board have reviewed the final groundwater discharge permit issued to Falmouth Southerly LLC to operate a wastewater treatment facility at 375 Sandwich Road, and have decided that it is not in the best interest of the town to pursue an appeal. The final permit takes into consideration the comments from the town and incorporates provisions requested by Amy Lowell, our wastewater superintendent. The final permit is consistent with the terms and conditions of the settlement that was negotiated by the Falmouth Zoning Board of Appeals, resulting in the modified comprehensive permit for the 40B development. We have come to this decision in light of the challenges that the town faces, both financially and environmentally, in seeking to ensure the continued viability of Great Pond. The town is under a legal mandate to systematically denitrify its waterways and embayments, meaning the regulatory standards set out by DEP to protect the town's natural resources will be a monumental undertaking, one that the town takes seriously. Against this backdrop, the town is also committed to creating affordable housing and is often constrained by the provisions of Chapter 40B in trying to achieve this goal. Here, the Zoning Board of Appeals worked within these significant constraints to forge a sensible agreement that allows for the creation of affordable housing while still making every effort to reduce the impact that this project will have on the Great Pond watershed. This issue has highlighted that Chapter 40B continues to place onerous restrictions on the town and other communities across the Commonwealth, and we encourage our state delegation to take steps to make sensible changes to the law. We hear the concerns of the community, especially the dissatisfaction with the allowable nitrogen loads in the final permit. However, the limits imposed by the DEP conform to the state's regulations, as well as to the provisions of the modified comprehensive permit. At no point will the town cease its ongoing efforts to protect the town's waterways, abatements, and the drinking water supply. Okay. I will now turn to Mr. Renshaw for the town manager's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have 3 items I'd like to discuss with the board and the community. The first one I'm super excited about. I want to introduce our police chief, Jeff Laurie. Chief Laurie is, and his command staff have worked tirelessly for at least a year, maybe longer than that, to develop a canine program. We currently have 2 relatively new canines and their handlers, and Jeff is here to introduce those handlers and their dogs.
So I wanted to explain the program to you a little bit. So after a 25-year hiatus, we've brought the canine program back to Falmouth. If you looked at the news today, the Enterprise or our social media page, we've been all working since 3 o'clock this morning. We had an investigation. We served a search warrant. We uncovered 150 grams of fentanyl. An arrest was made, and canines were a part of that operation. So we're really proud of the fact that this program is going to make the community safer. So I'm going to introduce 2 dogs to you today. I'm going to start with our explosive dog, Officer DeVito, and Renata. Renata is the second explosive dog we had. The first one, Harry, was very lazy, so he went back. Renata is not. I can assure you there are no explosives in this building tonight. Renata is going to be working all our special events in our schools, in our businesses, in our buildings, making sure we keep Falmouth safer. This isn't just for Falmouth. This is going to be a regional project. I've approved him to go assist Boston PD at the Boston Marathon this year. So they've been assisting us every year, and now we can go and we can assist other people. So this is a regional asset, and we're able to do this tonight. I'm asking the board to accept some donations. We were able to do this outside the budget. So you're going to see us. We're creating a 501c foundation to raise funds to keep this program going because we want to add a couple of dogs, and I'm going to explain that in a minute. Officer Devin Lawler, could you come forward? Kepo. Kepo is a narcotics detection dog, but he's also dual purpose. He can he does article searches to find evidence in lost items, and he can also do friendly finds. What friendly finds means if a person has dementia or they're on the spectrum, he will track you and he will find you, bring you to safety. The issue is, when he finds you, he's going to lick you into submission. So he's basically, like I said, a floppy-eared dog. I say that because they're almost like comfort dogs when they calm down a little bit. If I could just have Officer Lowe, Sean Lowe, please come forward. Officer Sean Lowe is going to be added to the program. So those bad guys, those suspects that have to be tracked, he's going to have a patrol dog, and that's a pointy-eared dog. And that dog will also, we believe, is going to seek out guns, finding people, article searches, as well as, these 2 dogs. The 4th dog we're bringing in, Officer Massey, if you could come forward. The 4th dog that we're bringing in is a comfort dog. And this is a dog that'll be on patrol, whether it be at an accident scene or something happens in a school or something happens in town, where this dog will be available to the public while she's on patrol. And she's our team leader for our community engagement team, and you'll see this dog at all our major events. Again, we'd like this dog to also have a dual purpose. We haven't quite decided what that's going to be yet. It could be friendly finds, article searches. It could be they detect thumb drives and cameras and pornography cases and different things like that. So those are the 2 other dogs that we're trying to raise funding for tonight. There's some gifts acceptance. We're hoping the board accepts that tonight so we can keep going. And some very generous people out there with our vet bills. I'll be putting some posts out on that soon. He passed a certification today. He's got He's got one more certification to pass, and he'll be on the road this spring into the summer. So you'll be seeing these dogs keeping our lovely community safer on a daily basis. So I want to thank the board for your support, and thank past board members for really making, this a mandate for our department. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief, and that donation item is on our consent agenda. Mr. Renshaw?
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So less exciting, but important. I want to share with the board, if you all recall, last meeting, March 9th, I gave an update in regards to Winter Storm Hernando and some of the impacts and the submittal to the Massachusetts Emergency Management Agency of our preliminary damage assessment. That included a category called snow removal, debris removal, trees obviously, emergency protective measures. There were probably 7 or 8 different categories. I learned late last week, unfortunately, and this is what I want to report to the board, that about $400,000 of the $797,000 in costs were under the category of snow removal. That falls under the FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency category of snow assistance. If you all recall, I talked briefly about the thresholds of number one for the Cape, for Barnstable County, we had to have a total cost combined, all municipalities, of at least $1.2 million. We far surpassed that. Obviously, Falmouth had almost $800,000. Unfortunately, the second threshold, that second trigger that FEMA requires is that the total snow accumulations as reported by the National Weather Service, which our National Weather Service, I believe, is out of Norton. We just found out late last week that we fell short of the historic or near historic snowfall accumulation amounts by 0.6 of an inch. So 0.6 inches. I say it's preliminary. That's the indications that we're getting. I'm still trying to gather some additional information. It's a standard that they use. I'm still a little bit trying to get more information as to how. Obviously, the closer to the bridge, Falmouth and Bourne were hit significantly harder than the folks further down Cape in terms of snow accumulations. But what I'm being told preliminarily is that they take an average of the entire Cape to arrive at that historic or near historic amount. So anyway, with that being said, we're also, the departments, particularly the Department of Public Works, is updating the numbers that we submitted a couple of weeks ago were preliminary. DPW is submitting some revised costs based on new information coming in for fuel costs that we incurred as a result of the event, as well as some additional debris, tree removal and chipping costs. So we're not going to offset entirely that $400,000 that we're not going to be reimbursed for snow assistance, but we'll get some of that back. And lastly, I wanted to report, we just found this out today, Town Clerk Michael Palmer's office reported that, as you all know, town meeting is April 6th. The precincts are beginning to meet this week, are scheduled, a couple of them were scheduled to meet this Wednesday night and Thursday evening. The warrant booklets were mailed out last week, Thursday. Typically, as I understand it, the booklets, all of them are sorted by zip code and delivered to the local post office branches. Unfortunately, in this case, they were all sent out en masse in one box, and they made their way to Providence, Rhode Island, so that's slowing down delivery. So unfortunately, it's looking like some of the precincts are going to have to reschedule. I know we sent out that about a week and a half ago, the advanced kind of itinerary or schedule of precinct meetings. That could change, particularly for this week, the 3 that were scheduled for this week. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Renshaw. Okay, we're going to, yes, Mr. Brown.
I just noticed today, I learned today that the Bourne Bridge will be closed, one lane of traffic will be closed on Thursday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., just a one-day maintenance repair. So if you're traveling over the bridge on Thursday, you might want to give a little extra time.
Well, following along with that thought, I'm sure everyone's seen the signs that have been posted with respect to the construction that's going to be on Route 28 starting April 1st, and you should certainly consider alternate routes starting April 1st. Yes, Mr. Brown.
I'd just like to thank Mr. Renshaw and Mr. McConerty for opening the leaf dump for brush for the residents. I appreciate that. That was very helpful. I think it was well received. A lot of folks were down there taking advantage of it.
Glad to see a lot of folks using it.
Okay. We're going to move to public comment. Now, public comment may be made on routine matters not on the agenda this evening. Comments are limited to 2 minutes. Please introduce yourself. Since the matter has not been included on the agenda, the Select Board may not participate in the discussion of the topic. Is there anyone here who would like to speak to public comment? Okay, if not, we're going to move to the consent agenda. And I will say that because of such a lengthy agenda, we're going to be very close to the times that are listed on the agenda. We're going to possibly need to restrict public comment on various matters going forward, and Dr. Goldstone here will be keeping time. So, starting with number 1, consider a vote to approve an application by the Fresh Pond Holy Ghost Society for 3 special one-day wine and malt beverages licenses for the 126th Annual Portuguese Festival to be held at 408 Carriage Shop Road, East Falmouth, on Sunday, May 24th, from noon to 7 p.m., the weekend of Saturday, June 27th, from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., and Sunday, June 28th, from noon to 7 p.m., and Saturday, August 15th, from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., 2026. Number 2, consider the application by West Falmouth Library, located at 575 West Falmouth Highway, for a special one-day wine and malt beverages license for a spring wine tasting on April 15, 2026, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. for 45 guests. I guess that's for tax day. Help people along with the spring wine tasting. Number 3, consider a vote to approve an application by Historic Highfield, Inc., located at 56 Highfield Drive, Falmouth, for 3 special one-day wine and malt beverages licenses for Falmouth Jazz concerts on Sunday, May 17, 2026, Sunday, June 7, 2026, and Sunday, July 12, 2026, all events from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Number 4, discuss and consider a vote to approve the application for a second-hand dealer license by Coast Gold Works, LLC, 261C Main Street, Falmouth. Number 5, discuss and consider a vote to approve the application for a second-hand dealer license by the Gilded Oyster, Inc., 155 Main Street, Falmouth. Number 6, consider a vote, and these are lumped together, consider a vote to approve applications for renewal of seasonal licenses pending issuance of 2026 food service establishment permits and certificates of inspection. Seasonal all alcoholic beverages restaurant license, common victualler license, entertainment license, and Sunday entertainment license, Landfall Inc., DBA Landfall Restaurant, 9 Luscombe Avenue. Seasonal all alcoholic beverages restaurant license, common victualler license, entertainment license, Sunday entertainment license, and pool table license, Falmouth Pier 37 Boathouse, LLC, DBA Pier 37, 88 Scranton Avenue. Seasonal all alcoholic beverages club license, common victualler license, entertainment license, and Sunday entertainment license, Seacoast Shores Association, Inc., 7 Fairview Lane. That's going to be held. Number 7, consider a vote to approve the request by Landfall Restaurant, 9 Luscombe Avenue, for permission to extend its seasonal alcoholic beverages restaurant license to January 2nd, 2027. Administrative orders, consider a vote to approve the petition of N-Star Electric Company, DBA Eversource Energy, for permission to install 2 new FO-ES poles to be labeled 1270/3 and 1270-4 with guy anchor, and a new handhole 1270/H4 and conduit in the right-of-way of Standpipe Hill Road. This pole location is necessary to provide electric service to 27 Standpipe Hill Road in connection with construction of a police radio system. Number 2, consider a vote to approve the petition by N-Star Electric Company, DBA Eversource Energy, to remove the existing anchor guy from P323/6 and install a new 36-inch sidewalk anchor guy in the right-of-way of Robinson Road. This work is necessary to provide service to 87 Robinson Road, Falmouth. Hold number 2. Number 3, consider a vote to accept a donation of services valued at $20,924 by Team Rubicon for the BB Woods Fire Mitigation Project. Number 4, Consider a vote to approve a request from the Falmouth Police Department to accept a donation of veterinary services from Deer Run Veterinary Services for an amount up to $4,633.48, and an anonymous donation of $5,000 for the police department's K-9 program. And number 5, consider a request from the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Advisory Committee to increase its membership to 7 members.
Motion to approve, withholding item A6 and item B2.
Okay, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, with respect to 6C, seasonal all alcoholic beverages club license, common victualler license, entertainment license, and Sunday entertainment license, Seacoast Shores Association, Inc., 7 Fairview Lane. We've been asked to allow, some comments. So the person who wanted to make some comments, please do so, but hold your comments to 2 minutes, please.
Hi, I'm Dick Kelleher. I'm a resident of Seacoast Shores, been there 20-plus years. I'm a member of, on the board of directors of FOSS, Friends of Seacoast Shores, and we're a nonprofit group trying to do some advocacy work for the neighborhood. There's a few of us here. We're opposed to the renewal of that license. The license, over the years, only 25% of the neighborhood is receiving a benefit of it. They've done a pay-for-play scheme that shuts a lot of people out. As you know, Seacoast Shores is in an environmental justice zone, and it's a very diverse neighborhood, but it's reached a point where it's the haves versus the have-nots, and people are really feeling slighted. Halloween, we hosted a trunk or treat for the kids of the neighborhood. While we were doing that, they had a function up at the clubhouse. And during that time, they were running this clown show, and he was disparaging our group, calling us calling us simpletons. That being said, the exclusion of 75% of the neighborhood from that clubhouse, because they don't want to, people either can't or don't want to pay thousands of dollars to buy in, and a couple of $1,000s a year to go there and drink and play, I think is an abomination of trying to be a welcoming community. The deed in the charter of Seacoast Shores Incorporated, when that was incorporated, their charter prohibited Seacoast Shores from getting a liquor license, and that has become part of the deed. So they're not supposed to have a liquor license. What we're asking is for you guys to deny the renewal, or at the very least, put this off and have a hearing and let the other side express what their thoughts are on it, and give us a good opportunity to really present our case, what's going on with this whole thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The board have any thoughts or comments? I'm going to direct a question to town council. Are there any time requirements with respect to this particular application?
It's not on. The license has to be acted on within 30 days, or else it's constructively granted.
And 30 days from when?
The receipt of the application?
Do we know when that was?
I don't. I think it might say,
I don't have access to that either, Mr. Chair. There is a note in here, March 4th through March 11th. The applications, part of this packet, were received within that window, but I don't have the specific date this was.
the matter can be continued if the applicant agrees.
I don't think the applicant is here.
And then I have a point of clarity. Can we approve the first two in the agenda without?
Well, I think the first two were included. in our
Already the first
regular-
order? Okay,
on
thank you.
consent vote, so we're only dealing with this one at this point.
And
Do we have, I guess, not knowing about this issue, we don't have all of the documentation and the restriction that Mr. Kelleher mentioned with regard to no liquor licenses for Seacoast Shores?
That wouldn't be a factor in your decision-making. That's a private matter. And the decision of the select board would need to be made based on the application itself without regard to private legal issues that might pertain to just the deed. It's not part of your application.
Mr. Chairman, may I address the board?
Mr. O'Regan, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Patrick Regan. I'm here with my wife and a bunch of other people. I would just say is we submitted this document, this level of documentation. We know it's a lot, and we would ask you to consider this documentation, because one thing, and I can say this from a legal thing, yeah, there's the issue of a liquor license under the law, but the other thing is you got to have a premises that's licensed, and it's clear in the record there. And we also know is that the funding of this liquor license, there was an attorney, Stephen McLaughlin, that basically represented to the board when it was originally granted that these were donations. And you'll see in this package here that the funding source was different. They raised it from investments and investment shares. I do think it goes to the heart of the license. There's a lot of documentation. I think each of you were emailed these documents. It's a lot, and we would ask you, it's a serious neighborhood matter. And there's a lot of people that are in the environmental justice zone that are struggling just to keep their homes. Now, we all talk about affordable housing in Falmouth, but this is an opportunity for you guys to really come down on the issue. We all believe in affordable housing, and just for the record, I was chairman of the Housing Authority. I was sat on that board for 13 years. I was also co-founder of Falmouth Housing Corporation and sat on Falmouth Housing Trust. This is an opportunity for you guys to look at what's going on in neighborhoods and what's going on in Cape Cod in general.
Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Regan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the time.
Okay, what does the board think?
I would like to delay. I do not, for many of the concerns that we've heard and many of the concerns across the community and for a lot of what just said, I don't think we should approve this at this time. I think the fact the applicant isn't even here proves that we should delay this and give it a proper hearing.
But I am concerned about the constructive approval that council just mentioned. I mean, that is a bit of a concern as well, if we hold it over without the applicant being here. Mr. Brown?
Got a question for town council. If we deny this today without prejudice, can they come back with all the information we need?
They can. I'm not certain, as I sit here, whether there is a time delay for them to come back. I can't remember, but I can look at that. I can see if I can find the answer for that. If you want to.
You know what, let's hold this off until later in the meeting. We can
Yeah.
do that, and we'll proceed. But I'm not sure, but I think I may have missed number 7. Consider a vote to approve the request by Landfall Restaurant Line, Luscombe Avenue, for permission to extend its seasonal all alcoholic beverages restaurant license to January 2nd, 2027. Did I include that?
I think you did.
Okay. All right, so we're going to hold 6C and then move on to B2. Mr. Brown?
Can we approve 6A and B, or do we need to?
That was part of the consent. We were only holding C. with
I
that-
see,
with
okay.
That
Very good.
particular one.
So the question on my other one that I held is,
Me
when
too.
it says a sidewalk anchor, is that going to impede pedestrian traffic in it? I'm sorry for the last-minute question, but I honestly overlooked that note in the consent agenda on my first pass.
So, Mr. Chair, I can provide a kind of a preliminary answer to that. Mr. Nick Croft in our engineering office is responsible for reviewing the site plans associated with these poll hearings, conducting the hearing, but also reviewing and signing off on the plans. And in your packet, you'll see that Mr. Croft approved and recommended approval of this. So he looks at the entirety of the application and the site plan, and if there was any type of access issue with regards to these.
Okay, so we
Mistakes that
can surmise
we would have approved.
maybe it's an oversized sidewalk and there's enough room. Okay, very good, thank you. I'll release my hold. I
Okay.
move approval of the item.
Okay, so we have a motion for approval of B2. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second with with respect to B2. All in favor?
I,
Aye.
Okay, so we'll wait for council to give us some more information on the Seacoast Shores matter and move to committee interviews.
will we, to clarify for the folks that are
Yeah.
waiting, will we be going back to that at this meeting? Or
Yeah.
will,
No, I think we want to try and get a little more information
at another meeting?
I
at
believe
this meeting, so we have a better idea of what we can do at a
Okay.
subsequent meeting.
Great.
Okay.
Have to hold on, I guess.
Okay. Interview and consider a vote to appoint committee member, Commission on Substance Use, Aubrey Wilsey. Aubrey, are you here? I am. Okay. Step up, introduce yourself, and tell us why you'd like to be on the Substance Use Commission.
How you doing? My name's Arbor Wilsey. I'm also a program director of the Falmouth Recovery Center, and I work for an organization called the Heron Project as a recovery coach. Someone came up to me and told me about the Substance Use Commission looking for another board member on the committee, and I thought I'd be a great fit for it as I'm very active in the community when it comes to recovery, right? And there's a lot of people that are in recovery and found, but not a lot of people that have an understanding of the continuum of care, right? How do we work together as a community so we can work on prevention and education within the community? And I feel I bring that to the table of the Substance Use Commission. With all the resources that we have at the Falmouth Recovery Center, I've been able to build that place up over the past 2 years to have a connection with almost everyone that has anything to do with treatment here on Cape Cod. We have great working relationships with everybody, and I can bring a lot of that to the table on the Falmouth Substance Use Commission.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, yes, Mr. Richards?
Yeah, good to see you again. It was great to visit back in the fall with Representative Moakley, the Recovery Center. If you could just talk about, because it's really a fantastic thing and that you guys have, you just talk about that more for the community, because I think it's a really great resource, and we can always do more to highlight what we're doing.
So the Falmouth Recovery Center is a safe place in the community for people in recovery and seeking recovery. There's a little difference about our organization than any other place here on Cape Cod, where the easiest way for me to explain is if you think of a pyramid and the CEO is at the top, and then there's the director, and then there's the staff, and then they call their clients are on the bottom of the pyramid. Our pyramid's flipped upside down, where we work with peer-to-peer support participation, where our members are at the top of our pyramid. Then it goes down to our advisory board, and then it goes down to the community, and then me as the director last. So what that means is everything that happens within our recovery center, we give people in recovery a chance to have a voice at our recovery center and run the recovery center. So they can come in there with 10 days clean, ask to be a volunteer, and they can start working the front desk. They can start greeting people at the door, showing people the recovery center. It gives them a sense of belonging right away in their own community. One thing I'm a huge advocate for is that we can recover in our own community, right? A lot of people get sent away to treatment in California, Florida, all different places, but we have recovery right here in Falmouth, and it's
Okay,
important.
I'm sorry, but thank you. I mean, we're dealing with you on the Commission on Substance Abuse.
I asked him to do
I
it,
know,
Mr. Chair.
I know, and I just want to kind of move it along.
Sure.
Is there anything else you'd like to add with respect to appointing you to this commission?
That's all I got.
Okay, thank you.
Motion to approve Arbor Wilsey to a chair, to a term ending 6/30/2026.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Nope.
Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks for stepping
Thank
up.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, interview and consider a vote to appoint committee members to the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Advisory Committee. And as you remember, we previously, during the consent agenda, increased the membership. So first is Ocean Eversley. Ocean? Ocean's not here.
She is, but
Okay.
she has a bit of a upset, and she left me her statement she wanted to be read into the record. I don't know how you want to handle this.
If, go right ahead if she's asked you to sign, to speak. Introduce yourself.
All right. I'm Alice Kochimba. I'm the current chair of the Falmouth Cultural Council. Ocean Eversley is a member of the Falmouth Cultural Council, and she functions as our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Coordinator. She is a retired social worker of African American and Native American descent. She brings a deep understanding of the challenges and strengths within diverse communities, informed by years of professional service, volunteering, and business management. Her experience includes working directly with underserved populations such as veterans, marginalized school children, people with disabilities, the homeless, the LGBTQ, and BIPOC communities, advocating for equitable access to resources. She was also a business owner on Martha's Vineyard and in Falmouth. In addition, she has lived at the intersection of multiple identities, primarily both her African American and Native American descent. These experiences are not theoretical to me, they're deeply personal to her, deeply personal, and have strengthened her ability to listen, lead, and advocate with both empathy and effectiveness. I can certainly attest to that. She has been really on the forefront of helping the Cultural Council reach out to diverse communities. She's been active on the Juneteenth Committee and most recently moderated an event at the West Falmouth Library celebrating civil rights icons. She's really an asset.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions of Ms. Casiamba?
Do we happen to know if she would be interested in the 26, 27, or 28
Thank you.
term?
She's not here, so she gets the big one.
Well, I'm channeling her. I would say let's start with 26 and then go from there. And that way she'll
Okay,
be
so
back at the
do we have a
mic.
motion, Mr. Reed?
I'll make the motion, yes, to appoint Ocean Eversley to the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Advisory Committee for a term ending June 30th, 2026.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Good job.
Next up, Diana Manchester Barrett.
You're appointed.
Hey, got appointed.
Okay.
Hi, I
Yes,
didn't come
Ms. Barrett.
prepared with something in particular, but I have been, I've been working in DEI, in the profession of DEI for the last 15 years. I was the director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion at an elementary school in Wellesley for 6 years. I've worked at an organization called Diversity Directions, which has gone around and reviewed different diversity situations. I'm a social worker. I'm very, very deeply committed to the work of DEIB. I think it's really important for all of us to understand and recognize all of our different identities, and I hope that you'll give me the opportunity to work with the town. Also, I've been renting here for 28 years and then have bought a home 3 years ago, so I'm sort of new to Falmouth, but sort of not new to Falmouth.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. Which term would you like?
I'll do whatever's best.
Okay, well, we're going to go for 2028 then, I think, right?
With this resume, yeah.
Okay. I'll make a motion to appoint Diana Manchester Barrett to the DEIB Advisory Committee for a term ending June 2028.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
Congratulations.
All right, now I'm going to turn to Mr. Renshaw to give us a little background with respect to the Lawrence School Building Committee and what our role as the Falmouth Select Board is with respect to that committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you all recall at our last meeting, the board appointed a few members to the Lawrence School Building Committee. State Regulation CMR 963, I believe it is, basically authorizes the Select Board to be the final appointing authority for the creation of members on the School Building Committee. In your packets is some information in regards to various categories that the Select Board may appoint folks to this committee. Tonight, for the purpose of these interviews, There were 7 applications that were submitted to serve, to be considered for service on the community members with architectural, construction, engineering background, or knowledge and expertise and experience in school operations. I believe each of the 7 candidates brings unique skill sets to the table, if you will, and certainly checks most, if not all, of those boxes. I wanted to mention to the Select Board that I do, myself and Chairman M.G.L have a meeting scheduled with School Superintendent Dr. Lori Dewar tomorrow, and I think this is relevant and appropriate that I mention this because it's been my recommendation that we try to, that the Select Board appoints kind of a manageable number to serve on this committee. I've seen, it's been my experience over 30 years that oftentimes committees, with all good intent, 25 or plus members are appointed to serve on a committee. And sometimes that's difficult to manage. Sometimes people get kind of lost in that shuffle, so to speak, when the numbers are so large. So it's been my recommendation from the beginning when we first discussed the issue to try to limit the number to a more manageable number, and I consider that to be no more than 13 members. And I say this because at the last meeting, Select Board appointed 4 members. Later on in tonight's business agenda, you will be considering the appointment of 4 additional members to bring the total to 8. So I just mentioned that as a reference point. Again, I wanted to also mention that this state regulation, and I did confer with Town Council on this, is silent as to the total number. There is no maximum number. So there's a lot of flexibility to add multiple members.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Renshaw. What I'm going to recommend is that we conduct the interviews and not make a decision with respect to appointment until we can, reconvene and decide on the appropriate number, and then we can, appoint, people who have interviewed. So, the first interview is Stacy Jason. Is that correct? Jason, okay.
Mr. Chair, while she
Yes.
approaches, do you mean at a later date?
Yes.
Or later tonight?
At a later date.
Okay, thank you.
So Mr. Renshaw and I have an opportunity to speak to the superintendent, hear what she has to say with respect to how she thinks the committee may best serve, and then we can make a decision as to how many members we want to appoint. Okay. Hello.
Hi.
Introduce yourself. I'm going to ask interviewees to hold to 2 minutes, add whatever you'd like to from your resume, and just tell us why you'd like to be on the committee.
Sure. I'm Stacy Jason. I began my career as a science teacher, moved into special education, and for the last 20 years am a school designer. So I work nationally with schools, really bridging programmatic design with facility design, working through stakeholder engagement, collaborative decision-making, balancing that with fiscal constraints. I currently teach at Harvard Graduate School of Education, learning environment design. I teach community practice at Boston Architectural College, and I lead learning environments for the future in coordination with Project Zero. I moved here about 10 years ago, really, had the privilege to raise my children here. I had one daughter who went through Lawrence, a second son who's currently there, and I'm just very, grateful of the opportunity to be part of what could be an incredible transformation, not just for, of course, our students, but teachers, families, and the entire community, especially because of where it is focused in its site right in town.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody have any questions?
I have,
yeah, Mr. Brown?
When you refer to school design, are you talking programmatic design or building design?
Yeah, both. So I actually have a Master of Science in Landscape and Architecture. And so with that, I originally, before I moved here, had a firm that was working in master planning in schools. And then really like the tension that I saw was you can design the most incredible, beautiful school, right? You can design, with incredible amounts of money and capacity, but it isn't until that programmatic design, right? Like at Lawrence, project-based learning, team-based learning is integrated with design, that you really have something that can be, sustained and, embedded and mirrored what the teachers and administration and students see as best.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll just say that I think, especially to constrain the size of this committee members are going to need to wear multiple hats, and we've already addressed that with some of the appointments we've made, and the combination of both the formally designated competencies in building construction and also school operations, and also bringing a parental lens to this, I think is a pretty amazing combination of things for one person to be able to bring to the committee.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Thornton Lewis. Okay.
Thank you. I have been a resident of Falmouth for about 6 years now. I have a daughter who is a teacher at Lawrence. Son-in-law is also a teacher there, and I have 2 grandchildren who are working their way through the Falmouth school system, and now in 2nd and 5th grades. I spend about 10 to 15 hours a week on a typical week tutoring at Lawrence, tutoring math. So I'm there on a regular basis. I've seen the strengths and the challenges of the current facility there. I'm familiar with the counseling staff, the administration, and have some on-the-ground experience with what the school is like now, and perhaps how it could be improved in the future. I also have about just short of 50 years of experience in planning, design, and construction. Started out in residential, then went on to industrial and commercial design and construction, and have also along the way spent some years on a Board of Education in New Jersey, so I have also that angle on the types of things that get involved in this type of project. So,
thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions? Anyone here?
No, I
Nope.
think that's a pretty thorough explanation.
Yep, thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Next is Michael Barrett.
Thank you. Yeah, my name's Michael Barrett. I'm a fairly new resident, full-time here in Falmouth, although I owned a home here for 34 years, so I've been part of the community for a long time. My kids didn't go to school here, but they grew up as lifeguards on the beaches and so on and so forth. My professional career was largely in financial management with a strong streak of construction in real estate for the Stop and Shop supermarket company. But budgeting, financial analysis. I've also got a lot of experience in program management, change management, running large-scale projects for the company over the years. Just wanted to get involved in the community. More recently, my full-time residence was up in Stoughton, and I was involved in both the Stoughton Redevelopment Authority as chair for 5 years, and for the last 12 years or so, I've been on the Community Preservation Committee, running through a lot of projects up there, and I just wanted to look for the same type of opportunity to give back to the community here in Falmouth, so I thought my skill set would fit in on the school building committee. I've watched from the side, I guess, that we've done 2 projects up in Stoughton. We did New High School a few years back, and they recently just approved a new elementary school. So I saw some of the issues that went through that committee and some of the things that happened in the community, and I just thought that experience, I'd like to get a little bit more involved and help the town get through this one. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
No, I think that's clear. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. Okay, number 4, Nancy Robbins Taylor.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Dr. Nancy Taylor, and I would like to be appointed to the Lawrence School Building Committee. I just recently served on the Building Needs Task Force, which put forward and voted for this renovation for the Lawrence School. And my history is I spent a good part of my career at the Lawrence School as a guidance counselor, and I'm very well aware of both the building needs and the programmatic needs. I also served as the principal of the Lawrence School and also ended my career as the superintendent of schools. I think one of the pieces facing public education today, and particularly on the Cape, is the community's understanding that numbers are drastically declining here in Falmouth, not only just in Falmouth, but across the Cape and certainly statewide. However, if you look at the Lawrence School and you look at their programmatic needs and you look at their special education needs and you look at their needs for pre-vocational training, you can't equate programming with the numbers. So I think that my background at the Lawrence School, but also as the principal and as the director of student services, which encompasses special education, would give me a really unique view on what is needed in this renovation, particularly around the needs of programming and special education program services. So I'm hoping that you would consider my application.
Okay, thank you very much.
Questions?
I don't think so.
Yes.
I got a good one for you. You
Please.
mentioned the needs. Are you saying that in needs versus desires?
Two different categories.
Yeah.
When I talk about needs, I talk about special education and student needs. So in order to fulfill student needs, you have to build programs. And programs need space. I'll just give you an example. Right now, they have the Learning Center at the Lawrence School. The Learning Center serves students on the autism spectrum. It also serves students with intellectual impairments. And so you look at that and you say, well, the numbers are kind of low. These programs need space. They need space for academics. They need space for sensory needs. They need space for occupational therapists. So I'm thinking needs. I'm not really thinking desire. And I'm also thinking about being responsible with taxpayer money. And I think that's another part that's difficult when it comes to education. But my particular focus would be on programmatic needs for serving students in specialized populations.
All right, any other questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Benjamin Zamore?
You're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Benjamin Zamore, and I'm a Falmouth resident, soon to be Falmouth parent, and I've got a background in architecture and buildings. I started out in school building facilities maintenance, actually, right out of college, and did that for a couple of years. I've also worked as a teacher in a early 20th century building and experienced many of the issues that come with taking space in something that maybe wasn't meant for today. And I also gained an architectural education along the way, so I'm comfortable reading plans and drawings, and if appointed, I'd like to help the town get the best building we can get.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Oh, a lot of good
Okay,
candidates.
yeah, amazing group. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zamore. Skip Bandini?
Hi, my name's Skip Bandini. I've been the Director of Facilities and Capital Projects for 28 plus years. I was lucky enough to get one of the jobs when I was like 27 years old. I've been involved with building 9 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, 3 middle schools, excuse me. I've been through the whole process. I've done SOIs. I understand Chapter 149 like the back of my hand. I want to set up here and go over everything I've gone over, but you know, I think I've built 14 school buildings since in my career. So I think I've been on, 13 building committees. I think it'd be an asset to the town. I've lived here since 2019, love the place. Just want to try to give back and volunteer my services. So if you'd like to have me, be glad to do it. If you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you for stepping up.
It's quite a resume you got there. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you.
I'm actually...
Yes, Dr. Gold.
I'm curious with the number of different school building processes that you've been involved in, how you've seen both this challenge of declining enrollment and increasing needs kind of come through in those buildings, and whether you've seen the results change dramatically as a result.
Well, back when we were building buildings, they were always thinking about, enlarge enrollment, because sometimes when you build a building, they're taking down another school, they'd structurally build it for, a second story, a third story on the building. So when you're talking about declining enrollment, I think you want to build a building in case it changes around in the future. And I think the MSBA also has square footages related to certain programs and in certain size based on the population. So I don't know if I answered your question. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last but not least, Michael Duffany.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Michael Duffany. I am very interested in being involved in this renovation. I have sat on I've sat actually on all of the previous building committees in town, including the Lawrence, when it was originally done. And I know a lot about the bones of the building. I know a lot about the layout of the building. I have a deep appreciation for the history of the building, the fact that it is one of the jewels in the crown of Falmouth. And we do everything we can to preserve this building, to continue to keep it going, for the students. As we all know, this building needs to be a school. It can't become something else. So it's very important that we put together the right group to do this. I've had a lot of experience in building. I've been a building contractor now for 43 plus years. I do not have the expertise, nor do I pretend to have the expertise about the programs. I'm a good listener, I'm open-minded, and I listen to what the experts have to say because I am very fact-based. I'm not going to be emotionally driven by, even though I love this building, it's going to be facts that are going to drive my decisions on that. So I would appreciate your support. If I believe I can add a lot to the committee. I've been here all my whole life. I actually graduated from the Lawrence School back in a couple of years ago. So I would appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Any questions you might have?
Anyone? I will tell you, we had 7 applicants, all of whom are immensely qualified, and will make our job a little difficult when we try to figure out exactly how many members we're going to want on this committee. But we thank you all for stepping up, and once we'll meet again and decide what the number of members is what the board would like to see, and then we'll make some appointments based on the interviews and applications. So thank you all.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Questions? Just a form process question. When we have that discussion, can we also include how the select board will work with the MSBA to determine the scope and the budget, and have that kind of discussion? Because I'm a firm believer of form following function. We're going to put people onto a board without understanding the role, the budgets, where that comes from, and we have a lot potentially going to go onto our taxpayers' shoulders soon. So this plays along with the police station, the outfall pipe, and the deficits coming up. I think it would be very important for this board to have an understanding of the process.
Okay, certainly have that discussion. Thank you. Anyone else?
I just want to say thank you to all our applicants, and I would advocate to appoint them all after that discussion.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to our public hearing. I'm going to ask Dr. Goldstone to read the public notice.
Notice is hereby given under Chapter 138 of the General Laws as amended that Soundview Golf LLC DBA Falmouth Country Club has applied for an all-alcoholic beverages restaurant license located at 630 Carriage Shop Road, East Falmouth, Massachusetts. A common victualler license application has also been submitted. A hearing on the above application will be held in the Old Silver Surf Drive Program Room, Falmouth Senior Center, 780 Main Street, on Monday, March 23rd, 2026, at approximately 6:45 p.m. Comments may be sent to selectboard@falmouthma.gov.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Renshaw?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I included in your packet a bit of a background. I'll read this for the community's benefit as well. As you all recall, the lease for the golf course was signed back on December 1st of 2025. The applicant submitted a complete application for the common victualler license back on March 4th of this year. A complete application for the all alcoholic beverages restaurant license was also received in good order on March 6th of this year. The floor plan was reviewed and approved by the building commissioner on March 4th. And the application was sent to the fire department, police department, and the health departments for review, and all departments indicated they had no objection or issues to the issuance of these licenses.
Okay, thank you. The applicant is here, I believe. You want to step up, gentlemen? So happy to see the range open the other day. It was great news.
It's been a long winter, and we're drying out. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Matthew Galvin. I'm the president and owner of Soundview Golf, which is the entity I set up to lease Falmouth Country Club from the town. For 34 years, I've been an owner and operator of golf clubs around the country, originally from Boston, the Boston area and West Harwich. And we've operated restaurants across the country and in the UK. In my old age, I'm settling down and coming back to home. So I look forward to being part of the community under our 10-year lease. And this is Matt Burgess, our general manager, who's working on site every day, who's serve safe trained and tips trained, and we know the whole rigmarole with all of our staff on how to properly operate the food and beverage operation there, and especially the alcohol service. So we're excited to be in the community, and we'll take any questions.
Okay. Well, I for one, am so happy that Mr. Burgess stayed on. He was a big part of the former operation, and we're looking forward to a new operation. Just wondering, do you have any plans with respect to the snack bar, the area there? You're going to fix it up a little bit?
We are, and we're limited because we don't have a commercial kitchen with dishwashing facilities, so that limits what we can do. But we are going to set up, we're going to reinvest in the halfway house, which is out in the course, but then also at the clubhouse, have an outside grill that you can get a hamburger, hot dog. It's not just something that's warmed up in a fancy toaster oven. So we want to expand that option in a way that's something like grab and go for the time being. Yeah.
Okay. Any members have, Mr. Reed?
Yeah, appreciate you being here. Sorry I had to step out quickly, but golf course, you have only so many levers that you can do to make ends meet and then turn a profit. You have a total number of tee times, the cost of tee times, and then food and beverage and events. Can you talk about the role of your food and beverage and events going forward as part of your business plan, and what percentage you're at now and where you'd like to go? Because many of our constituents have expressed their worry that the cost of tee times will go through the roof, and we're just trying to get a handle on that.
Sure. Well, we realize where we are in the marketplace. We've operated clubs everything from high-end exclusive private clubs to what I call value-level community clubs. And Falmouth Country Club falls into the middle, probably in the lower half of that spectrum. And we realize we have to be affordable for the public, but the public can vote with their feet. If we don't do a great job with service and course conditions, they can go elsewhere. And they don't have initiation fees or dues that they're tied to, so we have to do a good job every single day, or else it's not a guaranteed business, and so, especially when Mother Nature is your partner. So we have to make it attractive, price it correctly, understand that we serve multiple constituencies. We have the seasonal visitor that comes in for a couple days or a week, and then we've got people that are here year-round, and we've got to make sure we juggle that appropriately. Food and beverage is a relatively small component of that facility, given the facilities itself. And actually, one of the conversations we had during the whole interview process and the bid process was, what does the town want out of that facility? Because in one of the discussions went, we've been involved with towns with huge banquet facilities and huge restaurants. And the issue there is they're taking business away from the tax-paying businesses downtown. And we don't want to be in conflict with that. We're here, we see it primarily as a golf asset and an open space asset with food and beverage as an amenity to that. So we don't see it as an a la carte restaurant where people are going to come and skip quarter deck or something like that and come to our place instead. So we want it to be a complimentary to golf. So you grab a burger and you get a beer or a soda or something like that. We're actually putting in a fountain, so water's free. So we can't do the aluminum bottles are so expensive. We'd rather give away free water than charge $3 for an aluminum bottle. That's like baseball stadium prices. I don't want to do that. So we view it as a ancillary benefit to the golf side, that we're in the golf business first. We're not in the food and beverage business. Even though I do that significantly much more elsewhere, we have to understand what we are and what we're not. Yeah. And so it's they're there for golf first, and then we want to have the best burger we can, but with our facilities, we're limited.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone in the audience like to speak to the application?
If we could get a dog that searches for lost golf balls, that would.
Okay. All right. Well, then I guess a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, what's the sense of the committee, the board? I'm in favor.
Move approval.
Okay. Any further discussion? There's a motion.
I'll be the second.
Okay, second by Mr. Reed. All in favor to approve the application by Soundview Golf LLC, DBA Falmouth Country Club for an all-alcoholic beverages restaurant license located at 630 Carriage Shop Road, East Falmouth, MA. A common victualler license application has also been submitted. All in favor, Muscali, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Are we-
Sorry,
is it
that's
roll
to
call?
approve both licenses,
To
correct?
approve both, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And is it by roll call, or is it just, can we just do it?
No.
Is it a roll call vote?
No,
You just said your
all
name.
in favor.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, can we circle back to Seacoast Shores? Council, do you have any further advice for us or information for us?
I do. I have some clarifying information about the board's responsibilities on an application. So a failure to act on an application is treated as a denial, which triggers an applicant's right to appeal. And under the law, while a lot of communities do have policies about whether or not an applicant has a down period, the Falmouth Select Board does not have such a policy. So the applicant, if you deny the application, could either appeal to the ABCC or they could submit a new application.
Okay.
I'm sorry, submit a what?
So they could just reapply.
Say they could submit a new application,
Oh, okay.
but you said we could either deny or not take any action. Is that correct? And it would have the same effect.
If you don't take any action, then it would create a right of appeal for them immediately
Okay.
within the 30 days.
So I'm of a mind to not take any action and let the course follow accordingly. That's my feeling, but if someone wants to make a specific motion, please feel free to do so.
Well, I feel like an outright denial is unfortunate and unfair since we put it on the consent agenda and the applicant's not before us. Tell me again, if we take no action, they move directly to appeal? Is that what I heard?
They have a right to appeal. If you don't take any action, then after the 30 days expires, they could submit an appeal to the ABCC, or they would have an opportunity to resubmit the application.
Okay.
Or if we deny without prejudice, they would have to come back to us, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
I would think that'd be preferred than having them appeal to the APCC
Motion to deny?
without prejudice.
Without prejudice.
Without prejudice.
Okay.
I'd second that.
Okay. You all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. All right. All right, moving on to our business section. And the first is our annual update on townwide sustainability projects. And we have sustainability specialist Stephanie Madsen. You have 15 minutes. I'm going to hold you to 10 minutes and allow 5 minutes for discussion.
Really? 2 minutes.
I am going to make this fast. Is this on?
It is.
Yes.
It is.
Great.
Folks in the back, you can sit down now if you want.
evening, Select Board members. I am Stephanie Madsen, the Sustainability Specialist for Falmouth. I'd like to share a brief update on the town's sustainability efforts. Over the past year, we've continued building momentum through energy efficiency projects, renewable energy development, and strategic grant funding that helps move these initiatives forward while reducing operating costs. You have a robust agenda, I know, so I'd like to move through my slides as quickly as possible. After I talk for 15 minutes, the Energy Committee will give their presentation, followed by the Competitive Energy Services, who will talk about our greenhouse gas emissions report. Okay, so I'm sharing my last slide first. I encourage the Select Board members to focus on these 3 takeaways. We can save money while reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. 2, we need your continued support for bigger projects to reach our 20% emission reduction goals. Grant dollars will also help. Not only do we need the municipal and school decarbonization, we need institutions and residents to take action as well. My focus with the town of Falmouth includes the following priorities. First, I am focused on green communities projects, which we elected to participate in 2021, which includes energy efficiency projects, equipment electrification, and stretch code compliance. 2, working to expand EV fleets and charging for public and municipal use. And 3, expanding solar installations at schools and town buildings. I'll dive deeper into the 3 areas of focus in the following slides. Economics serve as an umbrella over our sustainability efforts in town. Every initiative, whether it's energy efficiency, fleet electrification, and infrastructure, or renewable energy, is evaluated not only for its environmental impact, but also for its financial viability and long-term value to the community. It's a busy table, I know, but I'd like to highlight the savings in the green and the pink on the left. Project rebates and incentives, since they started 2 years ago, are over $1.3 million, and the budget relieving annual savings is over $120,000. Now I'll give some more details relating to the focus areas, which includes green communities, EVs, and solar. First, green communities. It's a DOER program, which is a Department of Energy Resources. It aims to align communities with the state's goal to be carbon neutral by 2050. These programs prioritize energy efficiency and equipment electrification while the grid suppliers transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources. My responsibilities include annual reporting, utility analytics, municipal and school energy efficiency measures, competitive grants, and the stretch code compliance. Originally, we received a designation grant, which funded mostly LED fixtures and electric heat pumps. North Falmouth Library, Police Department, and East Falmouth Fire Station, for example. Our designation grant was $188,000, and in this chart, you can see that over $400,000 worth of projects were approved, utility incentives deducted, and the net cost covered by the GC funds. Money was dispersed after the projects were completed. There was no cost to the town. After completing the designation grant, we qualified for competitive grant dollars. In the fall of 2025, we received $250,000, which was really valued at close to $350,000 when utility incentives were added in. The grant funded the following. We converted oil to electric heat pumps at the Chamber of Commerce, which performed really well during both of the storms, the air source heat pump. We swapped the HVAC unit on Morse Pond's roof for an electric unit with controls, added weatherization at Morse Pond to prevent air leaks, and we put money towards the enhancing the energy controls at the fire department headquarters. This is all from the competitive grant. Now, we have to report annually our green communities reductions, emission reductions. You can see it's a negative 10.8 decrease. Energy efficiency projects funded through green communities grants are an important tool for reducing emissions from Falmouth's municipal and school buildings. However, required state reporting based on 2018 data does not capture all emissions reductions, such as those from newer buildings. To address this, Competitive Energy Services, they're here tonight, recently completed a more comprehensive greenhouse gas inventory for us. This updated analysis will provide a clearer picture of our emissions and help future climate strategies and priorities. Strategies and priorities including tracking energy and emissions data so we can target the buildings that need the most improvement, electrifying equipment and building systems, expanding renewable energy like solar, and transitioning the town fleet to electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles. I'll highlight a few examples of our progress in these areas in the next slides. Energy efficiency projects include LED installations, building management controls, insulation, weatherization, and electric heat pumps. For example, at Lawrence School, which is going to be renovated, but hopefully they don't renovate the LEDs because they're brand new. At the Lawrence School, Cape Light Compact fully funded LED fixture replacement to the tune of $259,000, no cost to the town. We also want to electrify. To electrify stationary buildings, we converted North Falmouth Library HVAC gas system to cold climate air source heat pumps with controls. And most recently, like I mentioned, the Chamber of Commerce, we converted oil burner to electric heat pumps. Second focus is transition to electric vehicles. In addition to improving municipal buildings, the town is also transitioning its fleet to electric vehicles to reduce fuel use, costs, and emissions. As the slide highlights, I worked with the fleet managers to add 6 new electric and plug-in electric vehicles to our fleet, benefiting from the Mass EVIP funds, which added up to $40,000. As EV adoption grows, expanding charging infrastructure becomes increasingly important. Falmouth is continuing to build out its EV network with 2 fast chargers at the Peg Noonan parking lot next to the library and 6 level 2 chargers on Depot Ave expected by summer 2026. We need Eversource to come through, though, for this to happen. Town infrastructure, as well as public stations installed by private businesses such as Seafood Sam's, Estia, and Cape Cod Winery, help ensure that both residents and visitors will have reliable access to EV charging as EV adoption increases. This is a flyer made by a Falmouth High School intern last year, which highlights the public charging stations around town and their respective port connectors. You can find this at the Town Hall kiosk. A small but meaningful step has been adding electric bikes to the town fleet. 2 were purchased in the summer of 2025 and are now used by the IT and recreation departments, offering an efficient zero-emissions option for short trips between town facilities. Aiming to electrify landscaping equipment as technology improves, we launched a pilot program with the purchase of battery-powered chainsaws and trimmers with the Conservation and Parks Department. This initiative will help us evaluate battery performance, equipment power, supply chain reliability, and overall feasibility for broader adoption. The findings will provide invaluable insight to guide future decisions. Now on to solar. Along with energy efficiency improvements, fleet electrification, the town is also reducing emissions and energy costs through solar installations. Our larger existing solar installations are still producing energy, but some of the smaller, older ones are not operational and better suited for replacement. For example, the Recreation Center, which I'll cover in a moment. This slide highlights projects we've completed and ones under development. You can see that the Community Veterans Center rooftop is now energized and working. The Hatchville Fire Station has a solar installation. East Falmouth Fire Station rooftop and the water treatment plant rooftop is completed. We are waiting for Eversource to come and do the inspection and energize it. Coming soon, really soon, the Senior Center rooftop. We've already installed the inverters in the basement. March 30th, they're expected to come and put the panels on the roof. Immediately followed the Rec Center. We removed those panels, the older ones, upcycled them, and installation should happen right after the Senior Center. And we expect 2 solar carports you guys are well aware of because you approved them. Falmouth High School, Lot C, and North Falmouth Elementary will have 2 solar carport canopies. Finally, I'd like to briefly update you on several sustainability plans the town has either completed or is currently developing. Strong long-term strategies require good data and planning, and these plans provide a baseline for measuring progress and guiding future decisions as we continue working to reduce emissions and improve energy performance. The following plans have been completed: a fleet electrification plan, a town-wide greenhouse gas inventory done by Cape Cod Commission, a municipal greenhouse gas inventory, which will be presented tonight. What we are working on is a school bus electrification plan, we're in phase 2, and updating the Climate Protection Action Plan. Let's take a step back and look at the bigger picture. Our entire community, not just municipal and schools, in school energy use. According to the Cape Cod Climate Action Plan, carbon emissions on the Cape break down to about 55.5% from transportation and 39% from buildings, which is stationary energy. But when you dial into Falmouth, because we had a town-wide greenhouse gas inventory done, there's a switch. 52.8% of emissions come from stationary buildings, whereas 41.9% come from transportation. And if we dial even further in and look at those stationary buildings, because it is higher for the town of Falmouth, if you break down stationary energy, you can see that 62% of the greenhouse gas emissions in Falmouth come from the residents. 35% come from commercial buildings, and 2% from the town buildings and schools. The takeaway: although the town can set an example by decarbonizing buildings and fleets, as well as encourage commercial buildings and small businesses and residents to do the same by highlighting rebates, programs, and incentives, your actions at home have a great potential to reduce emissions. As we look ahead, this slide outlines practical, achievable next steps that build on the momentum we've created. These actions focus on projects we can control locally, funding opportunities we can leverage strategically, and policies that will position Falmouth for long-term fiscal and environmental resilience. Our approach is straightforward: continue improving the efficiency of our municipal and school buildings, electrify where it makes financial and operational sense, aggressively pursue outside grant funding, and take advantage of state programs that reduce upfront costs. At the same time, we'll keep expanding solar where it's viable and transition our light-duty fleet vehicles. And to wrap it up, the takeaways again. It's only 3 things you usually remember from a presentation. What I'd love for you to remember is this: we can save money while reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. 2, we need your support for bigger projects to reach that 20% reduction emission goal. And 3, not only do we need municipal and schools to decarbonize, we need the institutions and residents to take action as well. Next, we'll hear from Scott Mueller. He's the Energy Committee Chair. He'll be presenting about what the Energy Committee's been up to. Do we want to take questions before he presents, or?
Does anyone have any questions?
I just have a comment that thank you for this excellent work that you're doing. It's really, you really accomplished a lot in a couple of years, and I appreciate it. I know when we voted this position at town meeting, people said that eventually the job would pay for itself, but it's already happening, so thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your support.
Totally second that.
Dr. Goldstone?
Can you just clarify the 20% reduction goal? Because you showed the state goals, which was actually a 33% by 2025, I believe. But then you were also showing what looked like at least 10% reductions per year, which means we would have hit a 30% reduction over the past 3 years. So I'm a little...
Okay.
Give us what's the baseline? What in the work that you're doing have you been aiming for, and how are we doing on that?
Well, there's several goals we need to achieve. One's the state goals, carbon neutral by 2050, and other goals for green communities participation. After 5 years of participating, we were supposed to reduce collectively 20%, not 10, we haven't reduced 10% every year. Since our 2018 baseline, we've only reduced, according to Green Communities, 10%. I would at least love to meet that 20% Green Communities goal. But after Scott presents, we're going to hear from CES, and they have all the data for how the municipal and schools have done for Falmouth. And spoiler alert, it's not 20%. We haven't quite made it. It's a little bit better than the 10%. But we want to use that holistic number, the comprehensive number from CES annually to see how we are performing. We're behind schedule, is my point.
So can I just go back and clarify then, and thank you, that's helpful. So it's the 20% is what we were aiming to do in 5 years of Green Communities participation. The numbers you put up, the chart you showed, FY23 minus 12.4%, then minus 9, minus 10. Each of those is that year compared back to 2019. And so there were cases we reduced more, we increased emissions again, we reduced again. Is that what that means?
We performed better in the past, and we're on the wrong path. And you'll see from CES also.
Okay. Thank you.
It's just an eye-opener of what we need to accomplish. Okay. You get yours going.
I think part of that is because we signed on for the Green Communities, but we didn't fund taking action right away.
Oh, to the right arm.
Good evening. My name's Scott Bueller. I serve both as chair of the Falmouth Energy Committee and also as Falmouth's representative on the Cape Light Compact Advisory Board. And I want to echo Mr. Brown's comments about Stephanie. I meet regularly with other energy committees on the Cape and the Vineyard, and Falmouth is the envy of many of those communities because of the great work that Stephanie's doing. The past year has been one of transition for the Energy Committee. We saw the departure of Alexandra Bonicelli and the loss of former state rep and select board member Matt Patrick, but we're excited by the addition of 4 new members on the committee. Paul Scudder, a medical doctor with extensive experience in residential clean energy projects. Miles O'Brien, a journalist and filmmaker whose work is focused on science, technology, and climate change. Jim Dorr, an executive with extensive finance and management experience. And Olin Huxley, an energy and sustainability consultant and certified energy manager. They join longtime members David Leslie and Eleanor Ling, who is here tonight. The team not only reflects the town's commitment to clean energy, but also embodies a diverse set of skills and perspectives. I want to touch on just 3 areas tonight. My remarks will focus on state and local goals for clean energy, 2025 activities and accomplishments, and future issues and challenges. In conducting our activities, the Energy Committee is guided by both the Massachusetts Clean Energy Goals and Falmouth's 5-year strategic plan. We've talked a bit about the state's goals. In terms of the Falmouth 5-year strategic plan, the first 3 elements of the town's plan listed here, energy efficiency, infrastructure for electric vehicles, and implementation of renewable energy in town buildings and facilities, are really in Stephanie's wheelhouse and coordinated by her. The role of the Energy Committee is both to advise the Select Board and to raise awareness of conservation opportunities and energy issues, especially for residential customers and small businesses. We do that by working with Stephanie on our education and outreach efforts, and by partnering with other organizations such as Cape Light Compact, Eversource, and Falmouth Climate Action Network. In terms of strategies for meeting in the energy goals include analyzing data to identify opportunities for energy efficiency, electrification of equipment, and investment in solar projects and electric vehicles. The Energy Committee supports and advises on these strategies, but our primary focus in the past year is on educating consumers about clean energy alternatives, how the energy grid works, and opportunities for energy savings. With many of the federal programs supporting the clean energy transition being curtailed, there's still opportunities to assist with that transition at the state and regional level. Both Eversource and Cape Light Compact offer programs for residential and small business consumers for energy efficiency, upgrades, and installation of heat pumps for heating and cooling. As we look at Falmouth's energy accomplishments and activities for 2025, I'll focus on 3 areas: energy efficiency, heat pumps, outreach and education, and renewable infrastructure. You've heard from Stephanie about energy efficiency accomplishments regarding the town's buildings and programs. In 2024 and 2025, almost 5,000 residents and businesses in Falmouth availed themselves of Cape Light Compact's energy efficiency programs, including over 4,500 residential customers and 280 businesses, representing expenditures by Cape Light Compact in Falmouth of over $15 million and saving over the last 2 years of almost 3 million kilowatt hours of electricity. A large portion of Cape Light Compact's expenditures for Falmouth customers supported the installation of electric heat pumps to replace or supplement gas and oil-fired heating. Recognizing the conversion to heat pumps generally results in increases in customers' electric bills, last fall, the Massachusetts Department of Public Utilities approved a new heat pump rate for Eversource Electric that's intended to promote heat pump conversions and mitigate the impact of those conversions on customers' electric bills. That discount applies just in the winter period, and on a typical residential bill, it would amount to a savings of about $540, or 17% on the distribution side of the bill. A large part of the Energy Committee's activities in 2025 was spent on public outreach and education, including sponsoring presentations by Eversource on distribution system upgrades, updates by Cape Light Compact on its energy savings programs, and training in the use of the En-ROADS program that allows users to explore the impacts of climate change under various scenarios. Energy Committee members also staffed information tables at the Senior Center and Falmouth Farmers Market to answer questions about energy bills and savings programs. The Energy Committee is particularly proud of its collaboration with Falmouth Enterprise, led by Eleanor Ling, in sponsoring a monthly Energizing Falmouth column to keep residents informed of energy issues and programs. In the past year, these columns have provided timely information on a variety of topics, including incentives for energy-related improvements, the ins and outs of electric vehicles, and opportunities for using electric storage and landscape equipment. The town's use of renewables resources is coordinated by the sustainability specialists working with various town departments to install and maintain rooftop solar and increase the use of electrical vehicles and equipment. The Energy Committee's primary role is on keeping residential customers and businesses apprised of opportunity for the use of renewable resources and the programs that support the installation of those resources. Looking forward, there are a number of issues and challenges in meeting Falmouth's goals for sustainability and energy efficiency. We've already seen a reduction in federal programs supporting climate action and alternative energy, and at the state level, the governor and general court are considering a variety of measures to reduce energy bills for customers while still maintaining the state's commitment to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. As Stephanie noted, the most significant, with the reduction in federal support for clean energy and potential decreases in state programs like Mass Save, local leadership will be key in helping residents manage energy prices and keep abreast of opportunities for reducing energy consumption and use of fossil fuels. We've taken a lot of steps, but there's still a lot of work to be done. Certainly, pardon me, I just lost my, hold on. Okay, I'm missing a slide. That's okay. Let me just go. A key to helping residents deal with high energy prices and pursue clean energy alternatives will be tracking developments at the state level and working with a variety of partners to inform customers of how they can reduce energy consumption and deal with rising energy prices. The Energy Committee is following closely developments on Beacon Hill regarding potential legislative changes and efforts by the DPU to address increasing energy prices. As an advisory committee to the Select Board, we hope you will avail yourselves of our extensive experience and diverse knowledge of the Energy Committee members and use us as a resource on energy matters confronting Falmouth and its residents. I can take questions now, or we can hold it till after the CES presentation.
Any questions? Mr. Brown?
Hi, Scott. Any updates on what kind of energy efficiency improvements can be available to, I know at one point they had free energy, insulation upgrades for renters. Do you know if that's still happening? Or?
That is still available. Through Cape Light Compact is the administer for Mass Save on the Cape and Islands. They have three major loan programs. They have a heat loan program, they have the Energy Saver home loan program, and they have a solar, it's the Cape and Islands solar loan program. And certainly the Energy Saver program, yes, will pay for things such as weatherization and a variety of things.
Yeah, it's a great program.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Thank you for the update. I guess I have a question. Traditionally speaking, our constituents kind of do the hybrid approach, and it sounds like from the Cape Cod Commission that 93% is a combination of transportation and residential, with residential being a major impact here. On this current slide, you have Partnering for Success, Town Meeting, and Select Board. The previous slide, you had Falmouth on the front lines of climate change and soaring energy prices. So my question is to you, what is the role of the Select Board when energy prices are not controlled by us? What can we do to help our citizens?
I think public outreach and education is key to let know customers, particularly low-income customers, that there are programs that help to mitigate the increases in energy prices. There's also, I think, through things such as our tables at the Senior Center, the Falmouth Farmers Market, we help to answer constituents' questions about their electric bills. And certainly it's been an issue in Massachusetts and other states regarding retail electric suppliers. That's part of the legislation that has passed the House, is to put some limits and perhaps re-regulate the electric suppliers at the retail level, because there have been so many abuses, frankly.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, two questions. One was going to be on that because, I was looking into, some other states have completely public utilities and their costs are almost half, if not more than ours. Is that a model that the committee has looked at? I know we've had the Municipal Light Board here fairly recently. Second question, that House bill includes steps towards nuclear energy on a smaller module basis, and I wonder if the committee had a position on that or was looking into that. I know that's very new and very early in the works.
I'm not sure I got your first question.
Yeah, just on the model of, what are ways that we can increase our energy independence, if that's something we want to look towards as a model that other states have done? If that's something that, the committee's approach, or is that probably too big a question for this? So If you want to more answer the second question,
Well,
that's cool with me.
Well, on the first question, I mean, we're, our default electric supply on Cape Cod is provided through Cape Light Compact. And Cape Light Compact has a long-term contract with NextEra Energy, largest electric supplier in the country. Cape Light Compact is quite proud of how that contract is operated and the cost that they have been able to deliver for electric supply, and particularly electric supply with a large renewable content. I don't know if that answers your question. But,
Yeah.
And the second question was?
Nuclear.
Nuclear.
Small
Well,
modular reactors.
Our committee does not have a position on that.
Yeah,
It's
thank you.
something that we'll be looking at.
I, for one, think, a future joint meeting between your committee and this board would be, very helpful for us to understand a little bit better what it is, you're advising and recommending for us to do. So
We'd
I'm going to call
be happy to
upon
do that.
the town manager to try and set that up. But I will say, your committee meets Wednesday morning, 8:30?
Correct.
Has there been any thought about changing your time to later in the day? And a couple of people have mentioned that, they'd be interested in attending, but 8:30 in the morning is a little difficult. Have you thought about changing time at all?
We haven't received that feedback, but certainly there's nothing set in stone about the 8:30 start time. Over the last several months, we have returned to a hybrid meeting format so that people can participate by Zoom. I know Mr. Brown was a participant, and I know Ms. Goldstone has attended a number of our meetings.
Okay. Dr. Goldstone?
This may be a question more for Ms. Madsen, but I'm curious whether we have any information about the performance of small-scale renewable installations in town during the storm. I know anecdotally from a few acquaintances who have solar with batteries that, they switched over as soon as the grid went down, and were great through the storm. I don't know in particular with any of our municipal projects, solar, if we have batteries and if that was an option as opposed to a generator, and if we have any sense kind of town-wide how that performed.
I don't at this point have a sense for that, and certainly, yeah, it takes a long time. Eversource will have to be going to the DPU to seek recovery for the cost of their storm response, and that's when I think data like that may be available. Stephanie, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I'll bring the CBS up.
Okay, sure.
Stephanie Madsen. The Community Veterans Center has 2 Powerwall batteries, and I think they did pretty well, but the snow covered the solar installations, so for many, many days. So they were deemed sort of ineffective. But after a hurricane, a backup battery would be amazing. And I just applied with the schools for a $2 million grant for Falmouth High School for the solar carport to fuel a backup battery, a rather large one. But fingers crossed that we'll get it. We'll find out in May. It does definitely offer resilience.
Okay. It actually offers a more effective delivery of electricity too, rather than relying on a sunny day. It's functioning more often.
As Eversource, I'm sorry, as Eversource always says, we need more of everything. Am I right?
So this is an inaugural annual report, Competitive Energy Services, CES Greenhouse Gas Inventory. Mr. Renshaw, you want to give us a little introduction?
Just a quick intro. So in addition to all the other great things that Stephanie Madsen has done as our sustainability specialist, she's one of the most impressive things is she partnered with CES. Zach is here this evening to give us a presentation on a study that he conducted. A copy of that report, I believe, is included. The data set is included in the packet. If not, we can certainly get that. I'm talking about the report that we sent out to the department heads.
I just forwarded the slides.
Okay.
Not the report.
There's a great data set that I sent out to the department heads that has a lot of great information. I'll send that out to the board as well. But with that, we're running behind, so I'll turn it over to CES.
Thank you very much for the time here. Looking forward to presenting this. Definitely the most exciting item on the agenda, so appreciate it. My name is Zach Halleck. I'm Associate Manager of Energy Services at Competitive Energy Services. It's a mouthful. We're working on it. Will?
And my name is Will Dickerman, and I'm a Senior Energy Analyst at Competitive Energy Services.
Will do. Yes, Will and I work on a lot of projects together, this being sort of one of the highlights of the last year that we've been working with Steph on, and we're very excited. Today, we're going to keep it in time. We're going to throw a couple terms at you. We're going to tell you why they're important, how that relates back to the municipal impact. So this is not the everything in town. It's just really focusing on municipal operations and the environmental impact of our municipal operations and what can we draw from that. And then we'll cap it off with some forward-looking solutions, some good ideas that I think will mesh well with some of the things that have already been brought up here. So we're talking about GHG inventory, and really what that means and what it can be broken down to are Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. We're going to focus mostly today on Scope 1 and 2 because Scope 3 is not quite as wide. It's basically the international framework is still reworking a little bit of this. What's most important and what we have the most ability to have an impact on are Scope 1 and 2. And so the easiest way to think about it, Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 in terms of how close are they to home. Home being a direct on-site environmental impact from your energy, or basically from your energy consumption. Scope 2 is sort of considered indirect or off-site. Often the way people describe this are when you have on-site fossil fuel usage, and I'll get into a little bit more of what that could mean, that's considered your Scope 1 GHG inventory. And Scope 2 is what you import from the grid. That's that indirect nature. So for lack of a better term, a lot of times Scope 2 is considered what is the environmental impact of the energy we're drawing in from the electrical grid. And so that's going to be the basis of what we call Scope 2 and Scope 1. Definitely happy to take questions at the end, but that's the real framework for what we're going to be talking about today, is looking at municipal Scope 1 and 2. I really went over these terms before, but again, the Scope 3 is that indirect other source, employee air travel, if they're going to a conference somewhere, transmission line losses, waste or recycling. Those are things that typically don't have very much of a data set, and given what we were referencing back to the 2018 baseline, we don't necessarily include Scope 3 for the basis of this presentation. A little nuance with our Scope 2, those emissions that are associated with our draw on the electrical grid. Again, this is a little technical, so I'll go brief, but basically there's location-based and market-based, and it all comes down to the perspective on how you want to quantify your emissions. Market-based requires really specific, company-specific, it just really complicates, and frankly, it's not as widely recognized as sort of a baseline for Scope 2. So the way in which we ran this emissions inventory is using location-based, which really takes your regional average power mix, which is really talking about the state of Massachusetts within the entire ISO New England, which is the regional grid operator, and that's effectively what we used. So happy to get into explaining that more later, but I want to save time for the actual results of the inventory. Another way to look at it, and the reason why we talk a lot about Scope 2 is with the evolving grid. You hear about this changing of the grid, the energy transition, the grid is getting greener. Well, the grid truly is getting greener. 26 years ago, we had a ton of coal and a ton of oil. And now we're pretty much 50% natural gas at any given moment for the entire region wide. Now, depending on the time of day, time of year, whether or not we're getting, hydroelectricity from Canada on a given day or moment. Those are the types of things that change, but on a sort of annual average, it's good to know that all of this air moving around, all these lights, 50% natural gas burned to generate, this electricity. So it's just really helpful perspective to have when you think about, how are we encouraging good policy, good behavior when it comes to electricity. I'll pass it over to my colleague Will, because he really rolled up the sleeves on the actual carbon tracker, and he'll just explain it better than me, honestly.
Thanks, Zach. Jumping into the actual results of the carbon tracker here, we can take a look at the overall Scope 1 versus 2 emissions. So Scope 1, again, being those direct emissions. In this case, those would be things like gasoline burn, natural gas, ultra-low sulfur heating oil. Scope 2 here are emissions associated with electricity. As you can see here, Scope 1 emissions made up the bulk of the Falmouth town buildings and own fleet vehicles. Jumping into this a little bit further detail, we have the Scope 1 and Scope 2 broken down. So Scope 1, more of that combustion was from stationary combustion, so most of that is heating buildings that are town-owned. Mobile combustion here basically refers to town-owned fleet vehicles. And we also have the same Scope 2 value here. Taking a look at just a little bit of our progress from the baseline set, which was calendar year 2018, we've achieved, or the town of Falmouth has achieved about a 13.5 approximately % reduction from that baseline year in 2024 compared to the baseline year of 2018. That does represent a slight increase, however, from 2023, and I'll get into some of the reasons for that in a moment. Overall, we've seen higher year-over-year emissions from stationary 2, which is Scope 2, which is the emissions associated from electricity, and we've seen significantly higher year-over-year emissions from town-owned fleet vehicles. Looking here at some 3 select locations, we can take a look at the police department, which has that sort of check mark effect that had a more significant increase year-over-year. It had been down about almost 26% compared to 2018, but 2024 it was just about 7%. And the reason for that is that the police department increased staffing, and there were hybrid police cars that were not reliable that were replaced with gas cars that met the town's policing needs better. Taking a look here, we have emissions broken down by fuel type. So we show here the fuel use of each type. Most of the town's buildings, so those Scope 1 emissions are from natural gas, with gasoline and diesel making up the majority of the rest. And distillate heating oil, ultra-low sulfur heating oil is a very small percentage there. And we can take a look at those Scope 1 emissions year over year. Furthermore, we can take a look at electricity. We saw increased electricity, as I mentioned earlier, increased emissions from Scope 1 or from Scope 2, so from electricity year over year. And we saw higher usage of electricity year over year.
So like things like electrifying buildings, converting
Yeah.
from oil to electric, that's where those types of actions would show up.
Yes, and an increase, as the town electrifies, we would see increased Scope 2 emissions, so increased emissions associated with electricity, but we would also see decreased Scope 1 emissions from those same actions. And overall here, we've experienced about a 15.67% decrease from 2018 to 2023, but we saw an increase from 2023 to 2024. So overall, that's about a 13.5% decrease relative to our baseline year of 2018.
So I think in a prior presentation, there was a question around that, I think it was 10.8%. I would say that's quite equivalent to our, was it
13.5%.
13.5%, just how we ran the numbers slightly differently, incorporating a different data set.
When you're calculating the emissions that are attributed to our use of electricity, is there a metric for figuring out if we buy from Cape Light Compact and it's more renewable, do we have less of a, do we get more credit for that because of the source, or is it just aggregate?
So it would be aggregate for whatever the grid that you'd be buying it for here under location-based. There are ways if the town is retiring REC, so entities called renewable energy credits from solar production, for instance, that you could account for that, but this would be broader regional level grid emissions.
Okay, thank you.
We'll cap it off with some carbon reduction options, just to sort of walk away with like, what are the types of things that help, quote, make progress on our scope 1 or scope 2 emissions? You know, heat pumps, VFDs, EV infrastructure, these are things that have already been brought up. But some of the simpler stuff that you might not think about, reforestation is also a great way to do it, just on a longer time horizon. And then, as you know, what we typically talk about are renewable heat sources to move away from the dirtier fossil fuels. And then for the scope 2, the state's going to do some of your legwork for you, but there's still things that you can do to support policy, to still work on those efficient technologies. Still definitely all contributes to the right direction. And anytime you can use utility incentives, absolutely. So a lot of times we'll work with large end users, and this is a common graphic that we end up showing people as there are ways to reduce your carbon, but also you're going to have to focus on your scope 1, your actual on-source or on-site carbon emitters. So, you know, at the end of the day, this is just a nice visual to show that over time there are many levels to this. So, happy to cap it off and take questions if there are any.
I have one more.
Sure.
I hope we're doing well as a town in comparative to other towns in Massachusetts, but I'm sure there's others that are probably a little ahead of us. Can you cite a couple to what towns what we might look toward to see what they're doing and maybe take some initiative from their actions?
Yeah, I would say I've been living in Somerville for about 9 years now, and I would say Somerville is a pretty solid town to look to. Now, Somerville certainly has some luxuries that come along with it, being neighbors to Cambridge, being right in the backyard of Boston. There's, city and town ordinances that are coming out. BERDO is a common term that's being thrown around. Boston Energy Reduction Ordinance. There are policies that are coming out statewide. Something that's come up in the last year is LBER, Large Building Energy Reporting, that says any buildings over 20,000 square feet have to, well, there's actually not really a defined glide path yet from the state, but there will be a glide path to reduce emissions for those large buildings. So I think, not to add more complexity to building renovations, commissioning, retro commissioning, things like that. I mean, that's an easy way to help ensure that these buildings are looking ahead from an energy consumption perspective. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yes, Dr. Goldsnow?
2 questions, and one is a repeat of Mr. Brown's, because I want to make sure I understand this. As I understand scope 2, as a resident, I can, on my bill, choose to purchase only renewable energy, right? Check the box. If the town were to do something like that, such that we're purchasing only renewable energy from the grid, our scope 2 emissions should essentially go away at that point, right?
Yes, exactly. If you currently take like a standard third-party supply agreement or supply via Cape Light Compact, yes, it will be the state mandated, currently 40-something%. I think 43 this year. And if you wanted to, you could definitely elect to green that electricity supply product and basically bundle it with renewable energy credits that supplier would be obligated to make sure that they've got the receipts that our electricity is certified green. So it is definitely something you can do, but it comes at a cost.
And I guess my second thing is probably more of a comment than a question, but what we're aiming for is net zero. Absolute zero would be fabulous, but we're aiming for net zero, but nothing in this is actually taking into account what the town's land is doing for us in terms of carbon capture and storage. So we don't actually know what our net is, right? We're just looking at what our emissions are. And obviously those need to come down. But I would love to see an analysis that actually takes into account not only what are our buildings and our facilities and our activities putting out in terms of carbon pollution, but also what are our lands and our wetlands taking in and storing in terms of carbon, so that we have that complete picture of what we're doing.
Good point.
That's not currently in the picture though, right?
We don't necessarily account for carbon sequestration would be the term for carbon sink. We don't account for that.
Okay, thank you.
I think and correct me if I'm wrong, I think the Cape Cod Commission report was looking at that, correct? Did include lands?
I don't know if it did.
Okay.
I think it's more of a challenge to quantify the carbon sequestration. It would have to probably hire someone to do it.
There's a tool called the Learn tool that's specifically designed for municipalities and counties to get a pretty good estimate. So they're freely available online tools to start working in that direction at least.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Any more questions? No? Okay.
Thank you very much for the time.
All right. Now we're going to move on to an update on Eversource Falmouth Tap Expansion Project on Sam Turner Road. We've allocated 20 minutes. We want to leave some time for questions. So, Mr. Renshaw?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Eversource is working their way to the podium, I want to thank them for coming tonight. We asked Eversource to present an update on the TAP project, specifically talk a little bit about some of the community engagement outreach activities that have been underway, and talk about perhaps some of the alternatives and options that they're exploring as a result of some of those community engagement exercises. So, Ronit,
Sure.
thank you for being here.
Hi, I just want to do a sound check. I've never been told that I can't be heard, but good evening, everyone. Chair Muscali and members of the board, Mr. Renshaw, Town Council, really appreciate the time to speak with you and share some information about an important project in town. But before we dive right into the project, I did want to start first, and I do see Peter McConerty in the audience, but I want to start by thanking the town for its significant collaboration with Eversource. I should say, I'm Ronit Goldstein with Eversource Energy, Community Relations Manager in the state, and I've been before you many times, I think on several projects, especially with Doug on the board, excuse me. I do want to start by thanking the town for its collaboration in the recent blizzard. It was a pretty significant storm to remember. I appreciate, on behalf of the utility, all the work that your first responders do. I want to call out Chief Laurie and Deputy Chief Abston, Peter McConerty, your DPW director, that helped the crews to get around and restore power. So just wanted to say thank you, and thank you to the community for their patience. Second, I did want to provide, before we dive right into this project, a very brief update on the Martha's Vineyard Reliability Project. So that's the 2 new cables. The land portion of the cable comes from the substation right near the downtown on Stevens Lane all the way to the shore. I know it's been long awaited for Eversource to complete that project and get out of Surf Drive and Mill Road parking lots. I'm happy to inform that we are completely done at the Surf Drive parking lot. There's no work that remains relative to that project. At the Mill Road, it's my understanding that we've reduced the scope of the real estate that we were taking up. All the fencing is down, all of the equipment will be out of there, and all that remains in that parking lot in the next couple weeks is work at the manhole, which is not, no permanent equipment or material needs to remain. So we're right on the end of that, and we'll be out there shortly, and very much appreciate the patience, both from the staff and from the community. So I'm here joined by a number of colleagues. Behind me is Lisa Pallone-Clark, who is the project manager for this project, and a couple of us are going to be cycling through, and then we'll take some questions at the end. We have some subject matter experts that are engineering department, both on the transmission and capital projects that we can have them introduce themselves as they come up as needed for questions, as well as project engagement, Stephen Dudek, who helped us put this slide deck together with support from our colleagues. So I'll go to how do you go to the next? You just cycle it down this way? Okay. So a little bit of level setting in advance of the project, and I'll zip through this because I know we don't have much time, but we're here to talk about a new substation at what we have filed with the Department of Public Utilities. It's called the Falmouth Tap Upgrade Project. There's an existing station on Sam Turner Road, and this would be a new station, a new substation. The current station is a switching station. And my colleagues will get to that in the next couple slides. So just to level set sort of how the power grid works, that corridor where there is a station on Sam Turner Road is a corridor, is a right-of-way. It's a transmission corridor. There's some distribution as well, but the transmission is what we like to call, it's high voltage. It's a super highway of energy, so it takes energy at a high voltage across long distances. And typically, when you have a substation, it can step down or reduce the voltage and then send it out for the benefit of the residents and the businesses in the town. So it reduces the voltage to a lower voltage that's more appropriate to go into homes and into businesses. So what this is kind of showing is quite honestly, that's your traditional, right? Where you go to transmission, substation to distribution. We've now got solar, we've got battery, we've got wind, and the grid of the future is looking a little bit different. And not only Eversource, but all utilities have to upgrade the system to accommodate the power going in multiple directions. So that's what this slide kind of speaks to. And I'm going to pass the more specific information about this project to my colleague Lisa.
Thank you, Renee. I'm Lisa Pallone. I'm the project manager for the Falmouth Tap project. So slide 3 just gives you a little bit of background information. Falmouth Tap is currently a high voltage switching station. It's a place where 4 major transmission lines connect. Electricity passes through the site, but there's no equipment currently there that can send power to the local distribution system. So Falmouth Tap, the area that we call it now, it's an important regional role, but it currently doesn't serve local customers directly. So as the area has grown and demand has increased, it's become more important to strengthen how electricity is delivered to the Upper Cape. And the project upgrades that we're talking about would step down the voltage and supply the local area. So it would give the system added capacity and flexibility. So that's a little explanation on the background. And I'll scroll down. A question we've heard a lot is why this specific location, and so I'm going to speak to why this location matters. This site is one of the few places where 4 major transmission lines come together in the Upper Cape. It makes that particular place very important for the regional grid. Because these 4 transmission lines already meet there, upgrading the site lets us use the existing transmission network. Using Falmouth Tap, we wouldn't have to clear potentially new transmission line corridors at a different location. The station itself was built decades ago when the Upper Cape's electric needs were smaller. Upgrading the location brings it up to today's standards, and it uses property that we already have and transmission line access paths that already exist. So the key point is this: since the 4 lines already meet there, staying at this site avoids extensive construction and land disturbance that we would create if we tried to build the station somewhere else. So next slide, slide 5, that's right. Okay, why upgrade the substation? So as we already said, it's currently a switching station. So I'm going to talk about why we're upgrading it. First, the upgrade lets Falmouth Tap become a point where the regional transmission system can feed the local distribution lines. That gives the local area grid more flexibility. If one path of electricity has an issue, we can move power another way and potentially keep more customers online. Second, serving the area from this location will shorten some of the distribution lines that run through the Upper Cape in this area. Shorter lines mean fewer places where potential problems can occur, and it also leads to faster restoration when outages happen. Third, this project helps prepare the region for the future. We're seeing more year-round residents, more electrification, as you've heard at length today, and continued growth in electric demand. So the upgrade helps make sure the system can support those changes. And finally, moving this project somewhere else wouldn't achieve the benefits of shorter distribution lines. Another location would require longer extensions, which potentially could add greater cost, more environmental impact with clearing rights of way, and using the existing site avoids a lot of those larger impacts that would come with building new corridors or clearing new rights of way. So that's my speech in a nutshell. I'll turn it over.
Could you identify some of those other locations? Have you identified them and just disregarded them? Can you share that with us?
We could probably take those questions at the end. I just wanted to get through the slideshow first, if that's okay. We have a couple more slides.
Sure.
All right. I'm not sure who was next.
Refresh my memory who we're passing to? Which John? Mr. Zico, okay.
I believe it's me. Is it okay if
Great.
I do it from
Yeah,
here?
and we can
Everybody can
switch
hear
slide.
me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, my name is John Zico. For the record, the spelling of that is Z-I-C-K-O. I'm a director in the Substation and Transmission Line Engineering Group at Eversource. This is a 40,000, almost literally 40,000-foot view of what we propose to do on the site. You can see there's a large square that's in the that's there that has some blackened pieces of equipment, and that's the proposed new substation location. What we plan to do is to relocate the existing switching equipment that's in there outside of the existing fenced area, and that would be on in the red square to the right of the black. And then on the right-of-way, it's on this slide to the left of the station, the two red squares, there'll be a couple of manually operated sectionalizing switches. Everything in the red squares would be temporary during the period of construction, would be removed following construction, and what would be left is in the black square. It would enhance the amount of switching capability on the 115 kV system, kind of break the lines up into shorter pieces. It's almost like when you have the whole second floor of your house on one circuit and the fuse blows, the whole second floor is gone. This will allow us some flexibility, and short circuits in one location will have less impact in others, as well as provide, as Lisa said, distribution supply in the area to shorten the length of some of the distribution circuits. Again, with the location, again, without reading the slide, we look at a number of factors. We look at from a technical perspective, we look at the transmission supply. Where is the distribution need? And then, of course, from the community side, we always look at visually mitigating to the maximum extent practicable, minimizing the tree removal, and trying to limit the construction hours to kind of times when people would tend to be awake, to be respectful of the needs of the surrounding community.
Great.
Next slide.
Yep. Yep. I think that's Stephen.
So I'm Stephen Dudek. I'm the supervisor for project engagement. What that means is I handle the community outreach for the Falmouth Tap upgrade. So as John was mentioning, the community concerns, if we could just go back to that slide a little bit.
It's not slide.
We engaged the community. So we had an open house that was snowed out, so we moved it to February 2nd and was well attended. We had between 30 to 40 residents there, and they expressed their concerns. One of their major concerns is the substation location. Their concern is as we get expanded, coming closer to Sam Turner Road, As you heard why that location works, we're still evaluating if we can push it back further to the property. They want it away from the road as much as possible. We're evaluating that. Visual mitigation is also a big concern. If you have this big infrastructure, they're concerned of their property estate, their property values. We are working on the plan to both mitigate that visual on site, whether that's a fence, whether that's vegetation, as well as work with abutters who would qualify for visual mitigation on their own property to restrict the view of the substation. Also, tree removal, we're also reevaluating and see if we can keep any trees that are designated to remove, as well as construction concerns. Eversource, as John mentioned, we're working Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. You can go to the next slide. Ultimately, we're in the beginning of the process, and we have to follow the Energy Facility Siting Board process. So we filed that petition back in November, as you can see on the board, November 17th. We had the open house this May 14th, 2026. The EFSB will actually come to town. They're going to hold a public comment hearing at the Lawrence Middle School. We don't know the time yet, but probably that'll be in the evening so everyone can commute and share their concerns with the project. From there, then they have an evidentiary hearing where they have all the subject matter experts pepper us with questions, ask us alternatives, basically pick up every rock, look under it, see if this is an adequate project, and then they decide if we move forward with the project. The biggest thing to know is we can't do any construction on this project until we get an order of approval from the EFSB. So there's still many more opportunities to be able to get involved in the process. We do have a monthly email that we send out to the abutters. We sent our first one just a couple of weeks ago. We anticipate to have another one probably the first or second week of April, updating them on their concerns such as visual mitigation, substation location, tree removal, and continue to engage and work with the community. Up on our website, we also have an opportunity to sign up for that listserv as well, and a project hotline. And for anyone who is interested, I'm also available, as well as my team, to come meet one-on-one and discuss those concerns, their concerns, as well as update them on the status of the project. Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So,
In terms of the chair, I know that we have to circle back to your question, so this would be the opportunity. And I think maybe Keith would be helpful in that. So if you'd like us to take that question first, Chair,
sure,
Mr. Chair.
appreciate it, thank you.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Well, just what other locations have you identified as possible placement for the substation?
Sure. As alternatives for the Falmouth Tap substation, we would have to revert to upgrading existing substations in the area. So the Upper Cape area is served by Eversource out of 4 bulk distribution substations. There's Falmouth substations off of Stevens Lane, which serves Falmouth and Martha's Vineyard. There's Otis substation, which is in Bourne, which is north of the Otis Rotary off of MacArthur Boulevard. There's Hatchville substation off of Sandwich Road, and there's Mashpee substation off of Orchard Lane in Mashpee. There is a large gap between existing substations between Falmouth, Hatchville, and Otis, where we have a pocket of about 20,000 customers on very long distribution feeders. The existing Falmouth Tap switching station happens to be in the middle of the gap between those 3 existing substations. So it is the company's proposed project to expand Falmouth substation and convert it to a bulk distribution substation, as Ms. Pallone previously described. The alternative for doing so is to upgrade existing substations, including expanding the Otis substation off of MacArthur Boulevard in Bourne, and expanding the Hatchville substation off of Sandwich Road in North Falmouth. So we would have to expand both substations with additional transformers and additional circuit breakers to make that alternative work as effectively as the Falmouth Tap project would have. What it does not do is improve the reliability for the full 20,000 customer pocket in between the substations because we would have to run a large number of additional feeders in order to be able to gain the reliability improvement that the Falmouth Tap substation project would have offered. These feeders that serve the 20,000 customers are extremely long. One of the feeders has, and if you would add up all the wire on the feeder, including every side street, has 82 miles of wire. If you would extend it from end to end, it would reach from Falmouth to Worcester. It is not a recipe for reliable service to electric distribution customers. The proposed project of building a substation at Falmouth Tap would allow us to completely configure those 4 distribution feeders so that distribution circuits will be much shorter with a much lower customer count. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Yes, Dr. Goldstone?
Sorry, a couple of questions actually following on that. So is there additional work after the project that you're currently presenting to upgrade the substation that's needed to then reconfigure distribution to the Hatchville area?
The reconfiguration of the distribution system is part of the Falmouth Tap project. So cutovers into the new substation are included, as well as whatever reconfigurations, including installation of 2 new tie switches in order to reconfigure the distribution system so that the majority of that pocket is now served out of Falmouth Tap. So it is all included as part of the substation upgrade project.
So I appreciate, especially given the presentations we've just heard and the storm that we just went through, I think we can all appreciate the need for additional capacity and increased reliability in our grid. And I don't think anyone's debating that. But as we go about this project, I think we need to be very cognizant of how we do that. And in particular, I'm really concerned about what I saw at the open house, about the plan to clear close to 2.7 acres of trees for this when there is already, and it's been said that one of the benefits of this is that it's already in a transmission right of way. And so it seems that there should be some way to reconfigure to stay within that right of way or much more within that right of way and limit those multiple acres of clearing in order to accomplish this. And then also just making sure that the stewardship of that site is as good as it can be. I've gone over to visit recently and drive past there on a regular basis, right? And there's a whole lot of equipment that's sitting there that's not necessarily part of what is on paper as what needs to be at that station. And so just ensuring that, that again, during construction and the stewardship of this enhanced infrastructure, that's really being as responsible as possible. So you've said that you're working on some responses to community input, and I guess the question is, when might we see what an evolved or different site plan might look like?
You want to take that in a second? Yeah.
So we're in the middle of a feasibility study right now on moving I think Steve just mentioned this, moving the station back, and it's just going to take some time. So we're hoping to do this within the next few weeks, maybe a month or 6 weeks. Weeks, not months. But we are in the middle of that right now. It's actually kind of complicated. I prepared a short answer, assuming that I was going to get the question. So it's actually very challenging because we do have to set up a temporary station off to the side. So there's an existing switching station now. We can't take that out of service because it's an important point. So we have to build a temporary station off to the side in a way that doesn't affect the current operations of the switching station as it is. So it has to be off to the side, hence some clearance to build this temporary facility. And then we demo the existing station and rebuild a new station, a larger station on the footprint of the old station, expanding it. But the way we have to do it is when we build the temporary station, we have to cut over the 4 transmission lines that are there into this temporary facility. And we have to allow safe work zones around those transmission lines. So you have to have the safety around the existing station, the cutovers, and then to have safe clearance around where we're demoing and rebuilding the new station, and then cut over those lines again at the end. So it creates a very large area for safe work. So you have to have, room for the guys to park, you have to have room for the equipment, and there's also, as some people know, that there's an existing driveway through the lot that neighbors are using, and we need to leave that available as well. So when you look at the lot, we end up having to use quite a lot of it in order to get all the work done. So that's kind of the answer to that. But in terms of the feasibility study, we're ongoing working on it, and we're hoping to have it done sooner rather than later.
Okay, so just the reason I pulled up my phone was to look at weeks. So 6 weeks from now, if that's when it comes through, would be somewhere around May 4th, and May 14th is the EFSB public hearing.
We'd like to have it done before that. That's what we're working on, that to try to have it done before that.
Okay.
So we have something to.
Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir, in the blue Eversource
I'm
jacket.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I was just going to add a little bit to what Ms. Pallone Clark said. This is also, it sounds like this has taken a long time, and yeah, I get it. It's been a while since the open house. But this involves a number of engineering specialties: substation, civil, transmission line, distribution line, et cetera. So there's a lot of, like, for lack of a better term, cats to herd on that. But this does have my attention as a director in the substation and transmission line engineering group. So I'm kind of keeping on the group to make sure that it moves forward, and the goal is to get it sooner rather than later.
Okay, Mr. Brown, you had a question?
So really, I wish you guys been able to come to us first and talk about this and get some community outreach before you went to EFSB. That would have been ideal. I know you've triggered a timeline now, and it's going to be, try to keep up with it. My first question is, Mr. Dudek said that until he has full approval from EFSB, he won't do any construction. Does that include land clearing? Because I'm very concerned
Correct.
about losing the trees.
We can't do any civil construction beforehand. We can do things like, I think we're going to do some survey staking, things like that. We did some geotech soil borings, but we're not doing land clearing until we have EFSB approval.
I saw the stakes out there. My next question is, of course, I'm just a carpenter, but why all the temporary stuff? Why not just build the new station behind the existing station and then move the wires over?
I might let John answer that one.
Thank you, I think. Oh, can we go back to the site plan?
Oh, yeah.
Whatever slide that's on, I apologize, that's the one. So the line generally comes down the right-of-way from, say, the 1 o'clock position on that slide.
Mm-hmm.
And then it transitions into the station that's under the proposed location for the new station, and then the line that goes through a single circuit breaker in there, and then it exits generally at what I would call the 7 o'clock position of the slide. If we were to push the station back up the right-of-way, if I'm understanding what you're asking, it's probably like maybe towards like where the 3 o'clock position is?
I hope so. Honestly, I can't really tell because we don't have the overlay of the existing station, so I'm kind of guessing a little bit.
Oh, no, that fair enough. If we were to move it there, it would, could potentially interfere with the driveway that we need to keep in service. Plus, we would have to make a clear space to build the station, we'd have to spread the lines out, and that would, probably result in about the same amount of tree clearing. I haven't done the analysis of that yet, but just kind of looking at it and having done this for the last 40 years, I can kind of guess, intuit from the slides.
I agree with you. It's going to be more tree clearing. It seems that's an obvious first problem. But what we have now is such a tight encroachment onto the neighbors and the living space. And if you could get a little closer to the golf course, I think there would be a lot less disturbance with the temporary structures and, the clearing of the trees, which is actually the buffer between the neighbors. And that's where you want to put that drainage swale. And I hope all of that trees and that side could stay intact because, they have little enough buffer now. So I just wish we could, find a way to move to the back.
I was going to say, just to clarify, when you say all those trees, you mean the trees that are on the Sam Turner Road side?
Correct, with
Okay.
the red circle where the drainage swale is indicated. I know that whole thing
I'm
is,
calibrating myself then.
right,
And to move the station, kind of into the trees that abut the golf course?
correct.
Okay.
Because there would still be probably a fair buffer, but, they're golfing, they're not trying to live there.
Okay, understood.
That's the feasibility study we're doing right now.
That's what's in study right now.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Reed?
Yeah, I do appreciate, I'd like to jump on board with what Mr. Brown said. I do appreciate that you put in some nice words, especially on this site and the other ones, tree clearing line limit. But I do have concerns regarding the squishy words used here, where it's committed to evaluating the feasibility, committed to providing reasonable and feasible. I get it. Worry is from our constituents and our residents is that it's going to be zero, because you're going to determine that it's not feasible because it's not cost productive. And I think we have a responsibility to take care of our residents. I do agree with Mr. Brown as well. I wish we had a chance to have this discussion before going to seek the waivers elsewhere, because you are seeking potentially zoning bypass, special permits, wetlands, road openings, building electrical, tree removal, scenic road protections, noise, visual, and setbacks. Any combination thereof, or all of them. Sorry, my battery died. So I would just like to hear a more, I guess, verbal commitment beyond just, we're committed to the feasibility check, because that's not really enough.
Well, as it's an engineering study, I'll take the liberty of speaking to that. So we have a proposal in front of us now, good, bad, or indifferent. It's the proposal that's in front of us. It's the one that got filed. When we look at, again, I'm trying to avoid the squishy words, but at this point, that's all I can use. When we push that back, it's going to have some positive impact. It's going to push it back further from the Sam Turner Road. But when this goes before the siting board, the three major things that they're going to look at are the need, which Mr. Jones spoke about, the impacts, which is multi-pronged. It includes visual. That's going to be heavily probed during discovery and during the evidentiary hearings. And then the other thing that they look at is cost. So as a company, we're going to have to, construct our arguments so that we get what balances those items, and that the final arbiter of that is the Mass Energy Facility Siting Board, and the decision is only going to be as good as our case is made.
I appreciate that. The costs are what it comes down to across the board. I think we're going to have probably stemming from this storm, additional costs, and then we're going to have costs associated with this. So it's really taking it in. So I appreciate that you say that, but this is kind of where community relations can jump into the engineering. We don't question the need. It's where can community relations help bump and say this is actually important, we should do this. I don't want to take it away from the original points of the talk. I think the town did a great job. DPW and Mr. McConerty's team did a great job, and we appreciate what you did do to help us with one of our generators. So I don't want to take away from the success of the storm, but at the same time, this is very important to a critical set of constituents that are actually here.
No, and this is the matter that's in front of you now.
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, one more question, then I do want to hear from
That's
some of the
all I
people
was
here.
going to. All I was going to say was we have a number of talented board members here who, you can tell, Colin works in community relations. But I just wanted to pass over to, I see a number of the abutters here, and they've been very good about this. So I just wanted to give them an opportunity to speak.
But I just have a question for council. It's my understanding that the town does have or can have standing before the EFSB, and how would we go about doing that?
The town does have standing, yes, and there are opportunities for input and to participate in the proceedings. So I'm happy to take a look at that.
Yeah, I think that's certainly something we're going to want to take a look at. So I know there's a couple of people here in the community at Sam Turner Road. So is there one person who would like to speak and kind of tell us what your concerns are? I think most, if not all of us, have been there. We've seen the neighborhood, we've seen the construction, and like to hear from you.
Yeah, I'll start by saying thank you to everyone here who came to talk about this, and also thanks for setting up this agenda. I think we saw a fascinating series of talks on a lot of energy issues in town.
Just identify yourself.
Oh, sorry, I'm Nathan Miller, and I live just to the north of that plot there in the woods, and that's my road crossing the site there. So I'm familiar with this site. Yeah, and so we saw, if we started with these talks and seeing what energy improvements look like from town, from Main Street, and now we're seeing what that looks like in Hatchville. You started by talking about, finishing up the Martha's Vineyard project down on the Short Drive and getting all those sites nice and cleaned up. Well, during those projects, this is the site, one of the staging sites for those projects, and it's been a mess for 8 years. And we've dealt with that. We've lived with that in Hatchville, and now we're talking about expanding a 0.6 acre site to a 2.6 acre substation 100 feet from someone's front yard, from multiple people's front yards. That's not a small thing. We're being asked to bear the burden of a massive project in this town. It's a $98 million project put on by Eversource. Eversource is one of the biggest utility companies in this country. I think they have the resources to do better. It's shocking that this is the plan that was put forward. They've been working on this for a long time. They've reached out and talked. They've met with me and the other neighbors, a couple of the other neighbors before this plan went forward. But they went forward with this plan anyway without any input. They didn't talk to the select board. And so I don't think it's been handled especially well. I'm really happy that they're listening and at least acknowledging that there are concerns now. But I fear that they're trying to rush this process through the EFSB proceedings as fast as possible, get through with the lowest cost project, and then we're stuck living with this thing. You've heard about all the other demands on the electrical grid earlier in this evening. Eversource also stated that this is a critical site for the grid in this area. That means this site will continue to be a critical site for the grid in this area. This is a 2.6 acre substation. Now the site reserves space for an additional substation. What does this thing look like 10 years from now? Is it built out all the way to every property line? And what are the neighbors doing then? This is not a small thing. So I encourage everyone here to slow down, think about what this project means in the long term, and do it right. There are other options. We talked about other sites further away. The town has a great spot for this on 151. And so I encourage you to consider that option. It would solve a lot of the problems here with the temporary construction. Go ahead and build that other site, switch it over, and give this site in the center of one of the critical working class communities in Falmouth back to the town. That's a real option. Thank you.
Would you explain the 151 property? Just, I think most of us know what you're talking about, but I'd like to hear you say it.
Yeah, so there's a large parcel on 151. I'm not sure the total acreage, but it's well in excess of the 12 or so acres of this site. So that parcel could be potentially divided. It's further up the power line, about a mile up this right of way. I understand that would require running all the lines that come together. There are 4 lines, I guess, further north, but it seems like a utility company with the skills and engineers of Eversource could figure that one out. And so, yeah, that site has previously been considered by the town for the police station, for a pickleball noise study. So I think there are a lot of uses in mind up there, but it is on 151. It's one of the larger roads. It wouldn't have any impact on residences up there, in my view. And it solves this temporary staging issue. It solves the resident conflicts, and I think it's a valid thing to consider. And again, this isn't just about what gets built in the 30 months of construction for this project. It's about what does Hatchville look like 10 years from now? What does it look like 20 years from now? And we have a decision to make starting tonight. Do we want this giant industrial complex in the middle of a residential community in Hatchville? Or do we want to take action to to build something better and to do this right. And yeah, as Heather and others have pointed out, I don't think any of the residents that I know of, any of the neighbors that are on that map have said, don't build this thing. They just say, don't build it like you're talking about. Don't build that. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else, I mean, I'll give you an opportunity to speak if anyone else wants to. If not, do you want to wrap up, Renee?
Sure, yeah.
Just
I'd
one-
like to thank, is there someone else who wants to speak? I'd be
did want
remiss
to
if I...
say-
Mr. Brown has
If
one
I
more
could just,
question.
one more
I'm
thing.
sorry.
Sure.
I just hope that perhaps there might be a value in constructing a new facility adjacent or to the north, and maybe that reduces the cost of the temporary structures, and maybe there's some cost benefit there. I don't know if that's true, but I would hope so.
I mean, I'm the first one to admit I'm not intimately familiar with the layout of the town of Falmouth, so if we can get the location, we can certainly, look at it and opine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I won't slam the door on it, I'll say, give us a location and we'll look at it.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Renee?
Yeah, I do want to say, and I recognize the request having gone before the board in advance of filing. I will say, and I don't want it to be unnoticed, that we did do multiple presentations to town staff. So I think, perhaps it was a misstep in the late fall to not have come before you, but I did want folks to know, and they might not be aware. We appreciate the time tonight. We appreciate that many of you were at the open house. Your level of interest, I think it just speaks to the opportunity to take part in the public process. And I know the neighbors feel that it might be a foregone conclusion, and my hope is that they don't, and that they will continue to participate. And we will continue to inform them of these opportunities to participate as well in the public and adjudicatory process. So with that, I thank you all for your patience in hearing this tonight.
Thank you, and we appreciate tonight, and as was mentioned before, we appreciate all your efforts in helping us through the storm and with generators, and just a great job, so thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, all right.
Good night.
Mr. Chair, related but separate, for future agenda request, can we do a post-storm report and get a feeling for whether there's going to be any proceedings at DPU and/or what the outage impact on Falmouth was during the storm? I think that would be very helpful for us. I know the town manager is doing a after-action review, but this is actually the outages and associated costs that could come to the or to the ratepayers. And then on top of that, looking at this was a great layout of multiple energy-related things, so I appreciate that all in one. I know you've been working hard at that. I guess the big question we have is we're about to put a big solar project in at another golf course, and what the grid would need in order to meet those energy needs as a future agenda item as well. That would be helpful.
Okay, we'll do that, thank you. Okay.
One thing, completely unrelated, I forgot to do this during announcements, but shout out to the Enterprise. They won 10 journalism awards this year at the New England Newspaper and Press Association. Lin, I know your hands are very busy this meeting, so just want to give a shout out to the Enterprise for the great work they do covering politics here in Falmouth and all the great things in our community.
Okay, moving on. So we are going to discuss a revised ICE and Immigration Enforcement Position Statement, letter to the congressional delegation, and a policy prohibiting ICE from utilizing town property and facilities in their operations. And as I said at the beginning of the meeting, we're not going to have public comment at this time. I do appreciate the efforts of Vice Chair Goldstone and Member Richardson in drafting the policy statement revision and correspondence. But I'm going to ask Town Council to start us off with the policy with respect to ICE utilizing town property.
Certainly. So you have before you and in the packet a proposed draft policy for the use of town property for civil immigration enforcement. This policy is grounded in the fact that the Select Board is the steward and custodian of town land owned by it. So it has the ability to decide how that land will be used, and that authority is broad. Here, the policy specifies that there are certain restrictions on the use of town property when we're talking about ICE enforcement and the ability of that federal law enforcement agency to use any town property for their operations. Specifically, the policy would restrict ICE from using any real property for a staging area, processing location, operations base, or any similar purpose in furtherance of civil immigration. It would also prohibit any civil immigration officials from entering non-public areas of municipal buildings for any purpose without a court order or judicial warrant. It is important to note, however, that this policy carves out certain exemptions from the scope of its application so that the Falmouth Police Department can conduct operations of the police department. And that means that the Falmouth Police Department must be able to use town property, certainly the police department and the not just the building, but perhaps the parking lot of the police department in order to execute court orders, lawful judicial warrants, or in the enforcement of any federal or state criminal law. They do not have authority to enforce civil law, and that includes civil immigration enforcement. So the policy does cut that fine line. And then the last piece of the proposed draft policy allows the town manager to enforce the policy. And that is included here because if there is an issue and my office needs to go to court to enjoin the actions of any ICE officers or border protection from using town property, that needs to be done in the moment, and we wouldn't have time to come and seek select board approval to do so. So that just recognizes that if something needs to be done, it needs to be done immediately, and that action should go through the town manager at his discretion.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Renshaw, do you have some thoughts on this as well?
I do. I had an opportunity to speak with Chief Laurie today and last week, when this was being drafted. I agree with council with regards to Section 5, that scope, that carve-out or exemption, allowing the activities that council outlined to be allowed to continue. I also believe that, as council mentioned, these potential violations occur real time, so it would be important for my office to have that discretion to be able to direct council to take appropriate action.
Anyone have any comments or questions with respect to the policy? Mr. Richardson?
Yeah, I just want to thank town council, town manager, and chief of police Lori for, one, how quickly this was done, and two, really how clear this is, and that, there is an exemption for it. If there is a valid judicial warrant, we are not stopping someone. If there's someone who is committed a criminal offense, alleged criminal offense, that they will be allowed to be pursued. I think that's important to point out, that we're not preventing that. But we are doing is protecting the dozens of families who've been directly targeted in our community by this, mostly unlawful organization. So I'm really appreciative of the work of town council and our town staff on this policy, and really glad we're taking this step. One of the first municipalities outside of Boston to lead on this issue, and I take a lot of pride in that, in our position as a board and standing up for our residents.
So, Mr. Renshaw, do you feel that the policy before us this evening, is Chief Laurie comfortable with this policy? Does it need some more discussion between council and the chief and yourself?
So I can speak for my office, and again, having some communications with Chief Laurie, I believe, yes. I'm certainly comfortable as it's drafted, and I believe Chief Laurie had adequate opportunity and consultation with Town Council to address any issues he might have. So yes, to be most responsive, I think this is ready to go.
Okay.
I do have one other comment,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, if I could.
please.
It may come up with regards to perhaps the potential letter to the federal delegation. I want to commend Town Council because this happened almost a year ago. We had some specific training the Town Council developed for the management team, department heads, division directors, to train us how to respond to when an attempt to, an unauthorized attempt to access one of these private spaces, non-public spaces, I should say. Staff has been trained, and that training is going to have to be ongoing, obviously, as we onboard new staff. But I just wanted to point that out to the board that we saw this as an issue a long time ago and started taking proactive steps to get that training completed so that people within each department throughout all of the town buildings have that training to be able to respond appropriately.
Thank you for clarifying that. That was one of my questions. I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Brown?
So I did submit some comments that I would like to, an edit that I would like to be considered by this board.
On the policy with respect to town property?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And it restores a little bit of the language that was removed from the previous policy from last year, and it's with regard to paragraph 4.
I believe that's a different document, not the policy on the use of town property.
Oh, excuse me.
Because we haven't had
So if we're all on board, can we just do a first motion to clear that away?
I would move approval of the policy for use of town property for civil immigration enforcement as drafted.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So now, moving on to the
statement.
To the statement.
Yes.
I had submitted some edits that I sent to the town manager this morning, and I believe I sent a copy to
Yes,
you.
and I apologize. With my work commitments today, I've
Yep.
not had a chance to make any changes to the draft.
Okay, so, I mean, I think tonight, we just wanted to kind of set the stage with respect to the statement, and get some thoughts and where we're going to go with it. We've got the statement and we've got the correspondence. So, Doug, do you want to just make
Yeah,
some-
as far as the
make some
statement,
points?
the only thing that I'd like to reiterate is the concern for the exclusionary language, where in paragraph 4, I've inserted some language that I'd like to just read that paragraph the way I would edit it. Paragraph 4 starts off with, "We do not dispute the rights and responsibility of federal officials to enforce the laws of our nation. We encourage the traditional collegial sharing of information between law enforcement agencies to ensure safe, effective operations. The town of Falmouth recognizes that legal judicial warrants should be effectively administered with cooperation of local and federal officials." And then goes back to the original language. However, it's essential that this be done in ways that uphold constitutional and civil rights to freedom from unlawful discrimination, freedom from unreasonable urge and seizure, I should say search and seizure, freedom from self-incrimination, and access to due process under the law. So it's a small edit, but I think it's important because there are times when we should be cooperating with federal officials if they're coming to town with a judicial warrant and looking to remove a criminal that might be in our neighborhood.
Well, I'm going to take the liberty of at least reading what my thoughts were with respect to the statement. And in particular, honestly, I had a little trouble with the third paragraph. I thought it was possibly a bit too strong. So what I've proposed and sent along, and we can certainly think about it going forward, but it would read, in contrast, federal immigration and enforcement officers operating here in Falmouth and around the country have, at times, acted in a manner that is inconsistent with their legal mission and have, in the course of their employment, violated certain individuals' constitutional rights and put many in fear of their safety. These actions have resulted in an atmosphere that runs counter to Falmouth's stated mission and values. And with respect to paragraph 5, I would suggest that it read, "It is our belief that federal enforcement officials should be required to adopt a uniform code of conduct, use of force guidelines, de-escalation training, and body-worn cameras to ensure the safety of all of our residents." And in paragraph 6, I would read that, hold on a second. Let me hold on one second here. It would read, "We believe that federal officials be held to the same," no, I'm sorry, we have.
That's in the letter.
That's the 5, right. It's a little difficult to, I'm sorry,
Oh, no.
I apologize.
No, you're right, sorry.
It would, so it would
Paragraph
pick
1,
up.
2, 3, 4, 5.
It would pick up in paragraph 6, I think. Let me just see. Yeah, it would read, "We have also taken steps to safeguard the Falmouth community. In accordance with Massachusetts state law, Falmouth's municipal resources, including property and staff time, are not used to perform the duties of federal civil immigration enforcement and will only assist when in furtherance of a valid criminal enforcement action specifically." So those are my comments with respect to the current statement.
Thank you.
Okay.
If there's further discussion of those from the board, obviously, but barring that, Jack, if you wouldn't mind, the two of us can come back together with those suggestions from the rest of the board and come back with a revised draft for our next meeting, if that's done.
Great.
Yeah, okay, thank
Okay.
you. And again, thank you for your work on this.
So in terms, so we've got 2 down.
Yeah.
That's the public statement. The language in the correspondence to federal legislators, a lot of that was similar with the steps that we're taking, kind of pared down and summarized, and more of a request to federal legislators to continue to work to establish and enforce a code of conduct and other standards for federal immigration enforcement officers, similar to what is in place here in Falmouth. And I will say, again, similar to, as with the policy and the conversations that the town manager had with Chief Laurie in drafting both the public statement and this letter to our legislators to ensure that I was describing what our standards for Falmouth Police Department are and what the standard practices are. I did reach out to Chief Laurie, and so all of this language he has seen and has affirmed as being an accurate description of our practices and expectations.
All right. So if the public has some suggestions with respect to policy, would you entertain those as well?
Certainly. Certainly, if members of the community have thoughts about these drafts, which are available in the publicly available packet for tonight's meeting, please feel free to email those directly to me, heather.goldstone@falmouthma.gov, or to the select board at falmouthma.gov email. And Jack and I will take those into consideration as we're
jack.richardson@falmouthma.gov, and then in addition to that, also additional policies that we can do, actionable measures like the one we took tonight that we can put into place would be another thing that we would be interested in.
Okay.
I just want to ensure, is there additional feedback from the board on the correspondence to federal legislators?
No.
No. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, well, now we will move on to a presentation from Mass Development concerning the Master Planning Initiative on Joint Base Cape Cod, and I am going to turn to Mr. Renshaw to give us a little introduction on this item.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mass Development, as many of you know, is the state's development finance agency and land bank, which works with businesses, nonprofits, and communities to stimulate economic growth across the entire Commonwealth. Back on July 16th of last year, Mass Development announced the selection of VHB Incorporated, a Massachusetts-based civil engineering and design firm, to lead a team of consultants to support the development of a master plan for the approximately 7,000-acre cantonment area at Joint Base Cape Cod. And Eric from Mass Development is going to go over some of the initial preliminary plans, show a map of that area that's going to make a lot more sense when he shows the map. I want to thank Eric for joining us tonight. I had an opportunity to meet with him for the first time back maybe 6-7 months ago at Joint Base. Did a presentation there for the Military Civilian Community Council. So with that, Mr. Chair, introduce Mr. Eric. And Eric, I always mispronounce your last name, so I'm not going to try.
It's okay. I appreciate the effort, the introduction. You did steal some of my lines, but I'll let it go. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about the Cantonment Area Master Plan at Joint Base Cape Cod. I'm Eric Hokinson, Senior Vice President of Real Estate and Director of Mass Development's Military and Defense Sector Initiative. A little bit about Mass Development is Mass Development is the Commonwealth's Development Finance Agency and Land Bank. As Mr. Renshaw said, we're committed to stimulating business, driving economic growth, and helping communities thrive. In addition to supporting hundreds of projects each year that generate billions of dollars into the economy, over the past 5 years, Mass Development has granted $7 million to Barnstable County communities and provided financing for over $200 million as well. Mass Development is also the local redevelopment authority for the former Fort Devens in north central Massachusetts, which was a U.S. Army installation and is now a thriving mixed-use community of more than, or nearly 100 businesses and 7,600 employees. Mass Development is also a leading partner of the Massachusetts Military Asset and Security Strategy Task Force, which coordinates the Commonwealth's efforts to enhance and strengthen military installations, Pentagon agencies, and the defense sector across the Commonwealth, including at Joint Base Cape Cod. So as many of you are aware, Joint Base Cape Cod is a full-scale joint use base. In total, it's about 22,000 acres. 15,000 of those are in the northern training area, so that's above the red line across the running left to right on the map there. And the remaining 7,000 acres is the cantonment area. And that's an area for administration, mission support, conservation, and a number of other uses as well. It's an incredibly complex area, not because of all the different uses, but because of the different leases and permits and users throughout that area. And it really underscores the need for a cantonment area master plan to coordinate all of that activity. I'm happy to refer back to the map at any point, as I know it is a complex area.
Everything that's not in red, is that what you said?
Everything below the red line. So this area here is the cantonment area, or what's referred to as the cantonment area. The main goal of this initiative is to optimize the use of Joint Base Cape Cod and increase its organizational efficiency as it relates to the real property in the cantonment area. And by doing that, we'll support current missions as well as accommodating future needs. Through that process, we may identify excess property that's no longer needed by the military or other uses in the cantonment area. And we expect that through this process, we'll be identifying potential uses for that addition or excess land. We have a number of plans that we'll be developing throughout this initiative over the next 18 months, which I'll get to in a minute, the process. But I really want to emphasize what the goals are. I don't want this to be viewed as strictly a housing initiative, though housing could be something that results if there is excess property, and that's what's determined to be the most appropriate But the goal here is really to support the base and the installation. So as I mentioned, it's about an 18-month planning process that we're looking at. And we're currently in the discovery phase, which is the first of the 4 phases that we've broken this initiative up into. We're working with VHB, Sasaki, RKG, Inez Land Strategies, Goulston & Stores, and the Cape Cod Commission throughout this. We brought together this really incredible team to make sure that we're being thorough throughout each phase and listening to and working with the communities as we go. We do have a website that we've recently relaunched, and we will be populating that with content, including this presentation. But over the next few weeks, you should expect to see a lot more activity on that website. And you can subscribe for future updates, notifications about events, opportunities for the public. Later this spring, we'll also have our first survey, which we're really looking forward to launching. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions, but really look forward to hearing from the public and working with all of you over the next 18 to 24 months, developing this plan and then beyond toward implementation.
Thank you. Could you give us an idea of what type of engagement there'll be with the community? Will you be holding meetings? Are you looking for people to be parts of committees and so forth? Could you just give us an idea?
Sure. So through each of the phases, we have what we intend to be different structures for the community engagement. I think over all of it is we expect there to be a mix of online, asynchronous, hybrid, as well as in-person events. So I think we're trying to really capture as many points of engagement as possible. Through this first discovery phase, it's a lot of smaller facilitated discussions with subject matter experts as we better understand the base, the uses, the abutters and all the neighbors, and then working with the communities. I think as we go, we'll expand that circle out so we're more inclusive of other stakeholders, general public. We're also very cognizant of the fact that the Cape is a unique place with a large seasonal population, and recognizing that the base plays a significant role in the land use of the Upper Cape, wanting to make sure that we're as wide-ranging as possible in the community engagement.
Okay. Yes.
I'm just noticing the small
Yes.
timeline
Yes.
notes under there, and
Yes.
we're days from Q2 2026?
Yeah, so that's through Q2 2026, I would say. So the end of Q2 2026, not the,
Okay.
Yeah.
So you'd say kind of January, February, March, April, May, June
yes.
will be what kind of overlapping, continuing with discovery phase and
Mhm.
getting into framework phase?
Correct,
Is
yep.
that- Okay. Yeah, I guess maybe if you could go back to the map and say a little bit more about the uses and those groups that you're thinking about. Are there specific questions, specific changes in use, or I know scenario phases later, but are there
Sure.
specific questions, or is this truly just a wide open discovery phase?
Right, so right now, I would love to say wide open discovery phase, but I don't want to give the wrong impression, not knowing exactly what you mean. The small facilitated discussions that we're having are typically topical. So we're looking at, for example, transportation networks that are on base. So who manages the roads, who maintains them, who plows them, how do they work together, because every command has their own system for doing that because of the diverse ownerships. Another one is natural resources. So there's a really robust natural resource management program on the base, but that interacts with the abutting uses too, Crane Wildlife, and then working with the adjacent communities as well who manage other natural resources that have that interconnectivity. So again, here it's trying to be topical so that when we go and have a public meeting or discussions with the general public, they're really well informed about what is here and what's possible, frankly, rather than saying, we'd love to hear every single thing you want to do, promise the moon, and that's not what we can deliver realistically.
I think that's helpful, and I'll just say from my perspective for town of Falmouth, I'm interested in understanding and being part of that conversation where the base might help us, and the base redevelopment might help us address some of our largest challenges that are probably best addressed in a regional way. So wastewater, solid waste, housing, transportation, right? A bunch of those things that you already mentioned and are kind of underway, but just ensuring that we're doing our part to stay up on the conversation and be active in that conversation.
Colin, Mr. Reed?
I might have to double team this with my colleague, Mr. Richardson, but housing is near and dear to our hearts. It's a major need on the Cape, let alone Falmouth. I know you mentioned it very quickly, but we need workforce housing at all levels. We have a major crisis in the missing middle as well. There's been various models presented to us throughout time, and ones that we've self-discovered, one being like the Champlain Housing Trust, where it's a community land ownership model. So my question really is, in the world of expensive coastal towns, aka Cape Cod, the cost of land is high. Have you discussed, is this too early in the process to discuss a housing type model of how we can keep housing costs attainable for workforce at all levels? And I don't know what you want to piggyback.
And more on the regional point, the Dr. Coldstone, this came up. I had a meeting with the chair of the Mashpee Wampanoag tribe the other day. I know they're very interested in being involved, but in an official way where they want to be in touch. So just recommend reaching out to them and keeping them, formally involved in this process. And shouts out, my mom works on Joyce Bank Cape Cod, so shouts out my mom.
I don't think I'm alone in thinking when this was announced, whenever it was, a year and a half or so ago, that we expected that there was going to be some real discussion about how this property could help alleviate our housing crisis here on the Cape. So I certainly join my colleagues in urging you to focus on that particular need, and certainly, as Dr. Goldstone mentioned, stormwater and so forth. But housing is really the big issue here.
Yeah, understood.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Brown.
How are you thinking of divesting any of the actual land, or just offering it for various uses?
So the majority of the cantonment area, about 6,000 acres, is already owned by the state, and then it's leased to Air Force, Army, and then there's typically another layer on top of that where it's effectively subleased. Basically, when it goes through the process to be declared excess, it would return to the state. So that'd be the Commonwealth through its DCAM. And by virtue of legislation, mass development can directly receive that land without an act of the legislature, as it would typically have to do. And so I think at that point, if that's what is decided to be the appropriate course, it's not required, we would then identify the use and how to best realize that outcome. But I, at the same time, know that there are other priorities that maybe can't wait for the completion of this process, whether it's the regional composting facility that's being pursued. That's something that can certainly happen in advance of any master plan completion or other process.
I have another one, if I could, on that same train of thought. Are you anticipating any relocation of guard checkpoints and opening up more of the land to access by the general public?
At this point, I think it would be premature to speak to it, but I think that realistically, as we go through a process, if there is excess land, that might require, or at least significantly benefit from, the relocation of certain gates. That's something that we have to ensure that we work very closely with the Guard on to ensure that their force protection requirements are met or enhanced by that. So I think it's something that we'll be exploring throughout this process.
And one last question. Do you have any old hangars we can use for pickleball?
I'll write it down as an
Okay.
idea. And
All
we'll see
right.
if that gets a lot of stickers at one of the meetings.
All right, good.
I'm happy to go back to the housing. I would love to talk more about it. I think it's something that we definitely want to make sure that we're, pursuing both capital A affordable and then lowercase a affordable, attainable housing, open to different models. Would love to learn more and have a robust discussion about that.
Thank you. Does anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? If not, we will move on to our next item. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that is a report of the Conservation Commission. So you have 15 minutes.
Oh, I'm not going to need that long.
Oh, good. Glad to hear it. We don't have Mr. Johnson Staub here to help out with the graphics. But we do have Mr. Renshaw.
Where is, sorry.
That's okay. Just need to find the.
Absolutely
And
not.
just the up and down arrow.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. For the record, Bill Duffy, I'm the new chair of the Conservation Commission. Been there since January now, so I'll keep this short. So basically, what we do, regulate land under jurisdiction through the Massachusetts Wetland Protection Act and the Falmouth Wetland Bylaws. And we own, apparently, a lot of the land in Falmouth, over 2,000 acres. And you guys keep trying to give us more, so appreciate it. The staff is highly knowledgeable, and they're really great to work with. You can see them here. We've had a lot of members and a lot of turnover in 2025. And we have, since, I think, October, almost 7 new members. So this is pretty good. The commissioners have a range of expertise from agriculture, a lot of builders, some science, law, and you can read it here. We meet almost every Wednesday via Zoom. We had 36 meetings last year, 2.5 hours average, with about 90% attendance, so we always have a quorum. So highlights, we had 83 notices of intent, a lot of requests for applicability, 8 enforcement orders, and over 1,100 permits. So this is all of the area. I'll give you a second. There you go. So some highlights in 2025, some seasonal employees. Tucker here. A big project by Mark, who just retired, the prescribed burn for Coonamessett Fields. This was a big project, and his efforts were really good, and they had great success in this project. The Coonamessett Greenway, one of my new favorite places to walk a dog. Thank you to Dr. Betsy Gladfelder and all of her work and whoever she worked with to make that that project the way it was. I remember what it looked like before the restoration, and what it looks like now is commendable. The Little Pond Conservation Area, the Upper Coonamessett Restoration Project, and the retirement of a long and dedicated servant, Mark, who I think we're going to try to get back and help out with a new guy every once in a while. And we would like to thank the following. We work really well with other people in Falmouth, the Public Works, Engineering, and so on and so forth. Any questions? I told you it'd be short.
Yeah, thank you very much. But one question, and, you know, it's a number of residents have questioned why the Conservation Commission continues to have its meetings only on Zoom and doesn't hold meetings in public. Can you answer or give us an idea of where the commission stands on that?
The commissioners like it, and from seeing how some of the public meetings and what's going on, the engineers have a much easier time presenting their material via Zoom. They all work off Cape. You know, so there's some locally, but a lot of people actually have to drive, you know, further in. It's easier to control the meeting and so on and so forth. So while we have the dispensation to do it, and I think we'd like to continue it, it's been favorable for the people that are in the process. I can understand how the public might have an issue with it, but, you know, they're welcome to log in. They're welcome to ask their questions, you know.
Okay.
If we met every week, we might want to do it too.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Can you just talk about the separation of duties between the commission and the department itself, and then kind of the relationships therein? Because to your point, there has been a lot of turnover, so I'm just wondering what the board should be concerned about with regards to that. And also a special shout out to both Mark Kasperzik and Dr. Gladfelder, who I see is in the back.
I'll let Jen, I think, might want to take that. She's been doing it for a while.
I can assist.
Yeah. I've been a commissioner for less than a year, and in January, they needed a new one, and they asked people to step forward, and everybody stepped back, and I missed it. So,
Well, if you can keep your meeting to 5 or 10 minutes, we want you to stay as the chair as long as you possibly can.
And I'm messing that up for us, sorry. More of just the separation of duties, what the commission does versus the department staff, but also the relationships therein, because one of the points is, speaking to the turnover, there has been a bunch of appointments that have finished, some new appointed. Seems to be a balance, but just making sure, because we have the power of appointment, we're trying to fill needs, but I just want to know about the relationship between the two and, you know, how it's going.
So the staff, so Jen Lincoln, Conservation Administrator, the staff basically is the technical support for the commission. We review all the projects, we do all the heavy lifting, prepare all the staff reports for the board, provide all that information for the board, because most of the board members do work full-time, they are volunteers. So it's our job to review all the materials that come in, make sense of it all, outline the different regulations specifically for our newer members, where they can look in the regs, and just provide general guidance on reviewing applications. We have a good relationship with the commission. We have an open door policy. They can always come in and ask us questions. And I mean, turnover there was a lot of turnover. I think we have a really great board right now. Newer, yes, but very enthusiastic. They seem very passionate about being commissioners and are really coming to us willing to learn and asking our advice and guidance on specific projects. Does that answer your question, more or less?
You have a very tough job, so appreciate the intel.
yeah, and I'll just follow up. It's, you know, you use the knowledge of your people, and they're very experienced. So we rely on their work and their detailed staff notes and projects. So it makes things very easy for us. But we also will go out and see the sites and take a look and facilitate the meeting and make sure, you know, that we're separate, but we do take the work that they do seriously. So it is a very good working relationship.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Brown?
I have never done it, but I understand that there's also a specific sort of a training program for commissioners. Is that something that you've looked into?
I have not had the chance to take care of it yet for my other job, but at some point I'm going to start taking the MAC courses for that. So I have a background in conservation and work for the government for NOAA. So when I can get those sort of times off, then yeah.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Anything else?
Okay, well, I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Okay, yes.
We want to take item I out of order while we have Conservation Commission here?
Yeah, we can certainly do that. We are being asked to consider a request by the 300 Committee and the Conservation Commission to name the Little Pond Conservation Area after Mark Kaspersick. Yeah, yeah.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Rittenauer, Executive Director of the 300 Committee Land Trust. Jen asked if I could make a very brief introduction before I turn this over to her to explain this request. The reason why Jen asked me to make the introduction is because it was the 300 Committee Land Trust that initially approached the Conservation Commission with the idea, and we asked them if they would consider co-sponsoring this request to the Select Board for this naming opportunity at the Little Pond Conservation Area for Mark Kaspersick. Just a little bit about the background. The Little Pond land purchase was 10 acres off of Spring Bars Road behind the Trade Center bowling site, adjacent to the 11 acres that's now Little Pond Place apartments that were developed by Falmouth Housing Corporation. The 21-acre site itself was purchased by the town. There was a number of community partners that were involved in the acquisition. There was a groundswell of support from the T-Ticket Civic Association, the Save Little Pond organization, Community Preservation Committee, and town meeting. All of the partners acknowledged at the time of purchase that a significant restoration was needed for the site. We needed to turn the parcel around and improve it for conservation and public access. So there were certainly several leaders, community heroes who helped make the acquisition possible, particularly T-Ticket Civic and Save Little Pond. And as far as the restoration was concerned, as time unfolded, we learned that the success for that aspect of the project was going to require something very special in terms of dedicated energy. It was really once the town reached the point when Mark Kaspersick got a hold of the project as the project manager working in the conservation department. There was no turning back once Mark was appointed as the project manager. The on-the-ground progress for the actual restoration needs of the site really started to take off. The site work was visible, it was meaningful in terms of the invasive plant species that were addressed, the implementation of the concept plan that many committees in town had worked to develop accessible trails. We had plans and concepts, but we really needed someone to help oversee the overall on-the-ground effort. So we would say that Mark's role in his oversight for this project, it laid the groundwork for success, habitat restoration, and the public access improvements. This project is really the latest of his many accomplishments throughout his career with the town. We know he's been an ardent supporter of conservation in Falmouth throughout his career. So with the Conservation Commission's support and with the endorsement from the T-Ticket Civic Association, we did want to reference that endorsement that came from, prepared by Mary Little, co-president of the T-Ticket Civic Association, that was provided to the Conservation Commission, and I believe it was included in your packet. We ask for the Select Board's consideration of the Little Pond Conservation Area, Mark Kaspersick Preserve. Jen?
Yes, thank you. I don't know what I can add to that. Thank you, Jessica. Mark spent 27 years as a dedicated public servant to the town of Falmouth. He, for all of those years, he was passionate about protecting the natural resources of Falmouth. As Jessica said, once Mark got a hold of this project, we did see meaningful results out there. It took one man to just be able to see it, focus on it, and make it happen, and that was Mark. He did a lot of the project oversight himself, spent countless hours poring over our materials lists, our plant lists, plant counts out in the field, saving the town thousands and thousands of dollars from a project management standpoint. When the 300 committee approached the Conservation Commission, it was unanimous. We absolutely support naming that Little Pond Conservation Area after Mark, who retired in November of last year.
So,
Thank you.
Just to clarify, the request would be for us to approve this, which would start a one-year period, after which that one-year period, then it would be, the select board would designate someone to look into it and make research and come back to a recommendation to the select board.
Correct. Thank you.
So, any discussion here? Anybody have any questions? We all think we know Mark, we know the great work that he has done. So I'll make a motion to approve the request by the 300 Committee and Conservation Commission to name the Little Pond Conservation Area after Mark Kasperzik and to initiate the one-year waiting period as required by the approved facility naming policy.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I just want to say, I
Hearing
think
none.
it's a totally deserving honor, and thanks to Mark for all his service.
Okay.
I do want to point out a procedural flaw that we found on the Green Pond naming is that the cost of it is going on the requester, correct? Of anything that's placed or made?
So, Mr. Chair, I can attempt to answer that question. So ultimately, any type of monument, marker, plaque, that sort of thing, typically is not, the costs associated with that fall back onto the requester. Because this is a town project, I'll work with the DPW and we'll make that happen.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks for bringing it forward.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go back to item H, our annual update from the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. We have our very well-qualified housing coordinator, Kim Fish.
Oh, I got the wrong one up. 1 second. I apologize.
All right.
I know it's late, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, as Kim is getting the presentation loaded, I asked him to prepare this presentation for a couple of reasons. It is, like you mentioned, an annual report, but we're getting, as you all know, very close to April town meeting. And part of your packet, there's actual, Kim, I think this is correct, there's a copy of the annual report that we intend to distribute to town meeting members included in the packet. So I thought this was going to be a great opportunity for us to kind of get an early jump start on educating the public, the community, as far as the great work that Kim does, certainly. Talk a little bit about the significance and the impact of the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund.
That's what I had pulled up first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I apologize for that. Yeah, that was in the packet, and it has the most current, the year, what we had approved this last year in 2025, and that will be distributed at town meeting. Again, I'm Kim Fish, the housing coordinator for the town of Falmouth, and I'm here tonight to talk about the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund. The Falmouth, the Select Board are trustees of the fund. I'll do a quick introduction, current funding, funded projects from 2021 to 2026, anticipated applications, and just a brief summary. So as an introduction, the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund was created in 2011 by Session Law, Acts of 2011, Chapter 29, for the promotion, expansion, and/or retention of affordable housing. The Select Board are trustees of the fund. It is funded by community preservation funds, general fund appropriations, and donations. Current funding. Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund unencumbered balances. So these are balances that have not been awarded to anyone yet. Community preservation funds, the CP funds, are just shy of $2 million. The non-community preservation funds, the non-CP funds, are about $270,000 for a total of $2,252,000. Just for public, we have one Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund, but there are two buckets. One is the Community Preservation Fund, and the other is the Non-Community Preservation Fund, and they have to be spent in a different way. The CP funds can only go up to 100% area median income, but the non-CP funds can go to that higher area median income. The contributions on Article 7 of November 2024 town meeting, the room excise tax and the community impact fees was $950,000. Article 10, also from 2025, another $950,000. And then Article 37 of 2025 were CP funds in the amount of $1.5 million. Funded projects from 2021 to 2026. There's a QR code on here if anyone wants to go. It will bring you, with your phone, it will bring you directly to the fund's website and give you a full list of projects from 2016 to 2026, the ones we've approved in 2026. They all couldn't fit on here. You wouldn't be able to see them clearly. But as you can see, in 2025, we did 34 affordable units on 545 Main Street. 4 Sandwich Road is another 10 units of affordable housing. And 85 Brick Hill Road is 25 affordable units. 545 Main Street and 4 Sandwich Road is still pending, but 85 Brick Hill Road is under construction right now. And just to go back, total affordable rental units from 2016 to 2026 is 226 units. Those are rentals, these are home ownership. In 2025, we did Pinecrest Beach Drive for $175,000. That was one house. And that one already has someone residing in it. And these were pending. Last time I had reported, 419 Opioid Highway. I just want to say that project is completely funded and done now. And 48 Benjamin Nye Lane is just, they were getting their permit at the Zoning Board of Appeals, and that just closed. And they expect to get a positive comp permit at the next hearing. And Alderberry Lane was a market rate house that Falmouth Housing Trust had purchased, just like Pinecrest Beach Drive, and then they sold it and put a deed restriction on it for a area median income. Alderberry Lane was 100 and Pinecrest Beach Drive was 120. So they were moved in within people were moved in within 3 months. And then for a total units for home ownership from 2016 to 2026 is 39 units. Anticipated applications. So the town-owned land projects, 21 Pheasant, we did receive proposals, so these are actual numbers, they're not estimated numbers. We do know what will be requested. 21 Pheasant Lane, they are requesting $175,000, that's $150,000, and then $25,000 for pre-development fees. 20 Brigantine Road is $150,000. Zero Locust Field Road, $4,950,000. 0 West Falmouth Highway, $325,000. Then for money coming in, April 2026 town meeting articles, if they are approved by town meeting. Article 33 is CP funds. They were very generous this year with $2 million. That is way beyond what they are required to give by state law. Article 10 is $950,000. There's also money pending with it sits with the Cape Cod Commission. It's for Cape Cod Commission redevelopments of regional impact fees. So if all of the town-owned land projects go through and the town meeting articles are approved, this leaves with the current balance, unencumbered balance that we have of the $2.2 million, it leaves us only with $112,035 for the fund for this coming year until the next April town meeting of 2027, excuse me. So in summary, the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund has invested in many affordable housing projects over the years. We hopefully will have many more opportunities to assist with subsidizing more projects, provided there is money in the fund and they meet the requirements of the Enabling Act. Thank you for your continued support in creating affordable housing in our community. I'll take any questions.
Mr. Brown?
Is it possible that the Locustfield Road might be able to get by with a lesser subsidy? Because, geez, we're giving them the land and we still need to put up almost 5 million. How many units is that?
46.
It's a lot.
And it's all deed restricted, all affordable, and they're both all two entities, which we would get to at the next topic,
Right.
are nonprofits.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
And apparently my microphone is dead now as well, so I'll talk loudly. I guess I was going to make a similar point/question to Mr. Brown with the town-owned land projects, given that we are already subsidizing those projects with land, wondering if the review takes that into account in any way, if there's an altered recommendation or cap on additional subsidies for those projects.
We felt that it was fair where they're nonprofits that are doing them, that it was fair to also subsidize the projects as well. But that's a recommendation that's coming down the road. They haven't even filed the applications yet. So that's what they'll be requesting. It would be up to the board if they actually award them that amount of money.
Yes, Mr. Reed?
A couple questions for you. One is a plug for the Falmouth EDIC. We might be able to be a partner with you to think about housing and land management in different ways. I'm specifically referencing the Champlain Housing Trust model out of Vermont. I don't know where we can begin those discussions, but that's a very interesting way, I think, to Dr. Goldstone's point. Land is equity, and being able to leverage that the way that they have, they're able to keep housing costs low and lower. The land is still owned and the houses just transfer. I have a question about safe harbor, where we need to be to get there and stay there. But then the other one is a pointed note, maybe it's towards the state, which is AMI. EOHLC obviously controls that definition, but it's regional, includes our retirees, but also our high wealth households, and not necessarily our local workers. It often overstates our local workers. So is there any way that you know of how we can calculate things a little bit differently, or is that, more directed at my associate over here and his connections to the state?
I think it would have to go to the state would then have to somehow get to the federal level to change what the area median income is for Barnstable County. Because if EOHLC requires us to use the area median income from Barnstable County. And those numbers are set So if how do we then, we could get creative with what the higher area median income is, because they don't recognize that, what attainable housing is, lowercase affordable housing, missing middle, whatever you'd like to call it. We can set that what we want, but if the state already has 80%, how do we do that? We have to then work off of what their cap is at 80% to then get the 100, 120, 140. It's the Barnstable County area median income that is the problem, $124,100. That's excessive. And then that's what dictates what all the numbers are.
Yeah, we have higher average property value and lower average income. We probably need a home rule petition to change that.
Some wage benchmarking, just to understand what our teachers and firefighters and everybody are actually making.
Yeah, I'll reiterate, if we're going to start talking with our state legislators and others about what that needs to be, we need to understand what the earning potential in our community is, not what people who have already figured out how to live here and potentially work anywhere remotely are able to make. We need to understand what the actual earning potential here in town is.
We're getting a little off topic, though.
Yeah,
And
actually,
the Cape Cod Commission does have those numbers loosely, but the problem is, how do we do that when the federal level sets that at 80%? It's because, I mean, we can then, everything can go lower, but we're still missing that middle. It's very difficult. It's something that it causes huge frustration in the housing, in my cohort, other cohorts in the housing community.
Don't let these questions take away from the great job that you are doing and that the town is doing to attack this.
Thank you.
yeah, and I also just want to give you a special shout out for the work you've been doing to help other communities. I know you've been a great help to Plymouth
thank
and a
you.
number of other towns, and this is tremendous.
I appreciate it.
Tremendous work. So, you're really a regional leader, and thank you for your work. And
Thank
to
you.
to kind of Colin's question, I think the state should, in the more immediate, can maybe address some of this housing, Jesus Christ, excuse me.
Whoops.
Housing subsidized inventory list, I think there's ways that they can and should be able to change that percentage and the way that works out. Some of the things that don't qualify, that should qualify. I think that is something more immediate without needing the federal government that, our state delegation should certainly be pushing for.
I do feel that somehow maybe we can get that where seasonal communities does recognize the higher area median incomes. Those should then be recognized on the subsidized housing inventory, and EOHLC is working on all of that. So hopefully that can be the catalyst to push it to be recognized on the SHI.
So,
Okay.
to summarize this, though, we're not going to be able to really fund any projects this year,
Not very much.
right?
Unless we somehow get a massive donation by someone, that would be
Yeah.
great.
And
How
interestingly,
usual are donations to the fund, Kim? Are there?
Extremely rare,
Extremely rare, that's my understanding, yeah.
yeah.
But you don't really market that so much.
No, we haven't, and that is some part of the HPP. One of the goals is to marketing the good that we've done with the Falmouth Affordable Housing Fund and how we could try to, up the amount there. And one of the things, too, that is working the Falmouth Housing Trust, people that are selling their properties at assessed value as opposed to what the market rate is, and they can get the tax benefit from that. And then Falmouth Housing Trust puts a
Right,
deed
like the-
restriction on it and sells
Like
it.
the Club
So-
Valley,
Exactly.
the
So there
property.
are other ways to do it, or go directly to Falmouth Housing Trust or another entity that could sell it without having to do the commission and just to lower the price a bit. Then they can flip, well, we've been calling it a backflip. Instead of making money on it, they're reducing the amount and putting a deed restriction on it. So we have been doing these creative ways to create housing, especially when it's pre-existing as opposed to new builds.
and one last thing, if I could.
Go ahead, sure.
I know, I seem to recall, I think our housing production plan says we should hope to be making 80 units a year. But we're averaging closer to a little less than 30, but we're yet on the verge of maintaining safe harbor, right? So I wonder if we should be rethinking that? Maybe that's a little too ambitious in the long term?
80 is to get us in temporary safe harbor to comply with the housing production plan. It's different than trying to get to our 10%.
Yeah. Just
That's
seems like
more
it-
regulatory than statute, so.
we've had such a rush of housing building, just seems like the 80 is never going to really be practical.
Right, and again, that is to certify the housing production plan and separate from the subsidized housing inventory.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Moving on. So we're going to discuss and consider a vote to authorize the town manager to issue a notice of award for land development to Falmouth Housing Corporation, Affirmative Investments, Inc., and Falmouth Housing Trust, Inc., to develop the land located at 0 Locust Field Road for affordable housing. Mr. Renshaw? You're going to
I
turn
got
it
it.
over to
I'm going to turn it
Kim?
right over to Kim.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Kim
Hey.
Fish, the housing coordinator for the town of Falmouth. Nice to meet you. So I am here this evening as a matter of procedure to request that you vote to authorize the town manager to issue a notice of award for land development to Falmouth Housing, to Falmouth Housing Trust, Affirmative Investments, and Falmouth Housing Corporation. Just to briefly bring you up to date in this particular RFP process, on November 5th, 2025, the RFPs were issued. Jed Cornock, Director of Community Development, and I held a pre-proposal meeting on November 19th. We had about 6 people in attendance. The proposals were due on February 10th. Jed, Melanie Bush, who is the Assistant to the Town Treasurer and the Finance Director, and I opened the proposals and confirmed all the required documents were included. There was one proposal received. It was submitted by Falmouth Housing Corporation, Affirmative Investments, and Falmouth Housing Trust collectively. The proposal consists of 40 rental units in 2 structures. Of the 40, there will be a mix of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. There will be 8 units with project-based vouchers, 28 units restricted at 60% of the area median income, 2 units at 80% of the area median income, and 2 units at 100% of the area median income. There also will be 3 duplexes, 6 units total for home ownership. Of those 6, there will be 5 2-bedroom units and 1 3-bedroom unit. 2 units will be deed restricted at 80% area median income, 2 at 100% area median income, and 2 at 140 area median income. On February 26, 2026, the town-owned Land for Affordable Housing RFP Review Committee met to discuss the proposal. On March 10th, 2026, on their behalf, I issued a memo to the town manager recommending Falmouth Housing Corporation, Affirmative Investments, Inc., and Falmouth Housing Trust be awarded the land for development. The memo is in your packet along with the evaluation form. On March 10th, the town manager sent you a memo requesting that you vote to authorize him to issue a notice of award for land development to, again, Falmouth Housing Corporation, Affirmative Investments, Inc., and Falmouth Housing Trust to develop the land located at 0 Locust Field Road. So that's why we're here tonight, and just to quickly tell you what the next steps are for this in this process. The notice of award letter will, if you authorize the town manager to sign it, will be sent out. Then we will file the required forms in the central register and DCAM and all the other things that need to be done. And we will, the land disposition agreement will be drafted and sent to town council's office for review. And that's the document that lays out the terms of the disposition of the land.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Yeah.
Dr. Goldstone?
Is there any ability, and maybe this is as the project works its way through process with the Affordable Housing Committee and others, is there any ability to shift kind of the bedroom count? And what I'm thinking is, especially with a development that is this close to the high school. We heard from the school committee's consultant last year who analyzed housing and the potential impact of housing development on enrollment in our schools, that they literally don't even count units under 3 bedrooms as potential family housing. And so to see a project of this scale with the number of 3-bedroom units being less than 5, it's great that we're building housing, but I don't think we're bringing families in with this project, and would love to see that need addressed a bit better with this project.
That can be addressed through the process. And I do know, though, that Falmouth Housing Corporation, when they came up with this proposal, for them, it was in a thoughtful way based on because they have so many housing as there is, it's based on their waiting lists too and what they're seeing. So that's why there's 1, 2, and limited 3. We did hear from the school what they need, but it's what the hands-on people on the ground, Falmouth Housing Corp, is actually seeing what the need is out there based on who's applying and who's on the waiting list.
I just worry that we're maybe not capturing that need because families are simply leaving.
Mr. Brown?
Duly noted, definitely.
Is there any opportunity to take advantage of the timing here for the potential for passing the Seasonal Communities Act before we actually engage this project so that we may have more local option?
That can come down the road. We can start this process, and if Seasonal Communities is, if town meeting accepts that, there is still a process that will have to come back to town meeting with the changes in the bylaw. But it can be addressed. This process will take a while, the permitting process for a project of this size, to go through the zoning board and everything. So even when it's at that end, until they do the lottery, we have that time.
Okay, good. And then also I note that potentially they could have a more cost-efficient design or make some changes to the project along the way. Maybe the subsidized amount would be potentially less. I don't know if they're listening.
I'm sure they are, actually.
You'll have your chance to review it when they come before us asking for it, so. Okay, any more questions? Yes?
Oh, I was wondering, like, on the point of the price of the property and stuff, like, is that going to be in? Oh, sorry, this is Eric Kajaniewicz of West Falmouth. Yeah, I was wondering, like, if the select board, it seems like the town is not going to allocate enough in a given year to meet that number. So, like, is that going to be part of the disposition agreement? Or, like, if the money is not produced, what happens to, like, the shape of the proposal? Like, could they suddenly have less affordable units in it or something if there's not enough money procured from the town? Just that's my question.
They could come up with other options, but they would not go forward with the project if they didn't have the right amount of funding.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, I move to authorize the town manager to issue a notice of award for land development to Falmouth Housing Corporation, Affirmative Investments, Inc., and Falmouth Housing Trust, Inc., to develop the land located at 0 Locust Field Road for affordable housing as recommended.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, now we are dealing with, discuss the Affordable Housing RFP Review Committee's evaluation of the proposal for the development of the town-owned parcel at 0 West Falmouth Highway and the town manager's recommendation. Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try to get through this before my microphone, which I think is the only one on this end of the table, is working. It's still green. So similarly to the project that Kim Fish just described, on November 5th of last year, a request for proposals was issued for the disposition of this town-owned land for affordable housing on the land which is located, as we know, at 0 West Falmouth Highway. Also similar to the last project, proposals were due and were opened on February 10th. Mr. Chair, Select Board, there was one proposal received for this specific RFP. On February 26th of this year and March 10th of this year, the Town-Owned Land for Affordable Housing RFP Review Committee, or the Review Committee, met to discuss the proposal. Importantly, the proposal was submitted by Falmouth Housing Trust Incorporated, local incorporation that's done fantastic work here in Falmouth. Mr. Chair and Select Board, this proposal includes 2 homes for home ownership in 1 duplex building, 1 2-bedroom unit, and 1 3-bedroom unit. 1 unit deed restricted in perpetuity at 80% of the area median income, or AMI, and 1 unit deed restricted in perpetuity at 140% of AMI. The proposal was complete, and after review and evaluation against all of the criteria and completing the evaluation form, the review committee came to the following consensus, and again, all this is included in your packet. Across all of those categories, developer experience, affordability, site design, sustainability, building design, financial feasibility, references and site visits, the results out of those 7 categories, 5 were deemed to be highly advantageous, and 2 were deemed to be advantageous. Mr. Chair and Board, the review committee issued a memo to my office on March 12th advising the same, that the proposal meets all of the requirements of the request for proposals, and has demonstrated the Falmouth Housing Trust's ability to carry out similar projects, as I mentioned, their history working in the community. Importantly, Mr. Chair and Board, on March 12th, Town Council and the Assistant Town Manager provided a recommendation via memo. A copy of that memo is included in your packet. Mr. Chair and Select Board, importantly, at town meeting last November, we learned of a town meeting vote, 1931. That vote was taken, which referenced certain water resource protections. Also importantly, and this again is included in the memo that was prepared by Town Council, there's been a recent case law that opens up some room for interpretation, raising the question as to whether the town of Falmouth, at present, could convey the parcel at 0 West Falmouth Highway with clear title for the purposes of affordable housing development. Based upon this new information that came to light again at November 2025 town meeting with regards to this 1931 vote and this recent case law, Town Council has opined, and I concur, not to recommend the Select Board go forward with an award of the land under this RFP. So again, Mr. Chair and Select Board, my recommendation is that the Select Board not proceed with awarding the land under the request for proposals. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Question for council. Should this board decide to go along with Mr. Renshaw's recommendation, what does that have to do with the vote at town meeting where it was approved that we would dispose of this property or direct us to? What would be the situation with that vote?
Anytime municipal land is conveyed, it's a 2-part process. It requires not only a town meeting vote, but a vote of the select board to effectuate the conveyance. It's not complete with both votes. So essentially, the vote of town meeting is simply a reflection of the will of town meeting, but it doesn't have any impact with the second part of the process. The select board is free to refrain from conveying the property if it so wishes.
Okay. Any questions of any of the board members? Mr. Richardson?
Pointing to Dr. Goldstone.
Oh, well, thank you. Okay.
So, all right. Fun and games on a long night. So this parcel, that just was town meeting voted once to say yes, convey. Then with the information that came up at the last town meeting, just missed a 2/3 vote to, in fact, reverse that and place it under conservation. The questions around and the complications, which we've also experienced with the other parcels around Long Pond, very much understand the desire to not run afoul of those complications, and also understand that there is, appreciation from the West Falmouth community for the conservation value of this land. At the same time, the proposal that ended up coming in is not a large-scale proposal that utilizes that full 2.7 acres in any way. It is asking to utilize like 10% of the land and place the rest of it under conservation. And so I'm wondering if there is a way, I think we can extend the window to do some more due diligence and see if there is a way to be able to carve out that 10% while placing the remainder under the 90% and essentially find another win-win here, analogous to a lot of other, a growing number, not a large number, but a growing number of projects in town where we have been able to pair modest and appropriate affordable housing with conservation on some of these larger parcels.
So are you suggesting that we not take a position this evening?
I think what we would need to do is and we would need consent of the bidder, correct, to extend the award deadline, is my understanding of the act.
Well, I think
we
we-
would need to take action, but the award deadline could be extended with agreeance of the bidder in order to allow time to figure out what the pathway to doing something.
Well, in an email today from Ms. Moynihan, she indicated that she would agree to an extension, but she was talking about clarifying the state of title and asking that we consider an extension at this point so that the issue of title and whether the town could convey clear title would be able to be researched and a decision made. So, but the applicant is not here, so I'm not sure if we can say that she would definitely be willing to, or the Falmouth Housing Trust would be willing to delay or extend. I think we had 60 days from the right, 60 days, I believe we had.
I'm not familiar with that aspect of procurement law, and I would need to consult with the finance director to get that clarification. But I think that there is certainly room to work something out, especially if everybody's friendly, and these are friendly requirements and amendments. The pathway forward here, however, to provide clear title is to seek and obtain waivers from the state under Article 97. We'd need to contact the Department of Energy and Environment. They keep changing their name, but the state agency in charge of overseeing Article 97 land to work with them to make sure that we can convey clear title without running afoul of Article 97.
If we don't act, is there any question of some type of constructive approval with respect to this application?
No.
No, okay, so we don't have that concern. Okay. Any other members have anything to add to the discussion?
I made my position clear on the town meeting floor in November.
Well, why don't you make it
I'm not done.
clear
I'm not
again,
done.
Mr. Richardson?
I'm still talking. Everyone knows I
Okay.
talk.
All right.
Yeah, as I said, I think that in the previous town meeting, prior to last town meeting, it was one of the last items we discussed. In terms of, it was very, very long. It was after 11 o'clock. I don't think we gave it its real due diligence. And I think that, in this November town meeting, putting it in conservation, I think it was 3 votes short of a 2/3 majority. So I have said that I don't think we should move forward with it, but, I'm open to hearing what other board members have to say.
I guess I'll jump in. I'll second the comments by Dr. Goldstone. I think missing the vote by 2 for the majority to pass is interesting and worth noting. I think our work with the police station siting opened up a lot of uncertainty into the lands and titles and deeds of those surrounding not only Long Pond, but generally around town. At the upcoming town meeting, we're having a vote on setting those aside in perpetuity officially within the confines of the roads. But I also agree with, and so there's a legality question that I have in my head, and I appreciate the memo by town manager and by town council. But I also appreciate what Dr. Goldstone just proposed in terms of trying to thread a very delicate needle here, because all right, at a high level, we voted to dispose of 3 properties. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but what would it take us to get to the 3rd? It would be agreement amongst the parties that are here and that are going to talk about this, and others, but I just worry that this is very similar or smells similar to Davisville, where we have a little bit of not in my backyard, based on precedent, and I can't get my head around the precedent. So extending, I think, might be good to get the official title and deed, or whatever the correct legal words are, would be appropriate. I'm an affordable housing advocate, so I'd like to see that thread the needle, but I also don't want us to undo deeds and titles for a topic du jour, because what's the need going to be in 50 or 100 years, and we'd be undoing something that was voted. So that's the conundrum in my brain. Sorry if it was a ramble.
So, I just want to say with respect to the comparison to the Davisville Road application and the neighborhood opposition, I don't think this is similar at all. I think there are some really valid, very valid concerns raised by a number of people, by many of the residents at West Falmouth, by council and by Mr. Renshaw. So I think any discussion or suggestion that this is a NIMBYism situation, I think the facts and the law militate against that being a concern. I was prepared to go forward with the town manager's recommendation with respect to this project, because I see a long, drawn-out road, a lot of hurdles to overcome, and while I am an affordable housing advocate as well as you, Mr. Reed, this is relatively small two-unit development. So I would support the town manager's recommendation based on town council's opinion at this point.
I appreciate your stance on Davisville, and I will stand corrected.
So I too agree, Mr. M.G.L. I don't think it's worth it to have the town attorney spend a lot of time trying to wrangle this out of Article 97, whether or not it's explicitly included or not. It seems like a similar process, and for only 2 houses, I don't know it's the best use of time.
You want to make a motion, Mr. Brown?
I would make a motion to, well, I'd have to go back and find it, actually.
Then we can have this.
Option 1, the select board accepts the town manager's recommendation not to proceed with an award, and no vote required. What? What's that note mean, no vote required? Oh, just go ahead and agree? Seems funny.
So I guess
there's no affirmative vote that's needed to adopt or go with the recommendation that was made. That's my understanding. You've done it.
Okay, so it's sort of no action?
Well, I
Board is
kind of...
not to award the RFP.
Right, that's the motion.
Well, I think that requires some type of a vote, because there seems to be some members of the board that don't necessarily agree. So, with all due respect, I think it should be a motion on behalf of Mr. Brown to accept the town manager's recommendation and not direct the town manager to sign a disposition of land.
So moved.
Do you have something to say, counsel?
So you should always put an affirmative motion on the floor. So you would vote whatever makes the most sense to you, but the vote should be to award the RFP, and then the vote would be voted down.
Motion to award the RFP.
Okay. So a motion to award, who made that motion? Mr. Reed?
Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Richardson, okay.
That's a motion that all five of us have essentially said we're not on board with.
Yeah, well, we gotta vote that.
He likes it vote that way.
I mean, is that my understanding, council, that we should not vote it?
So, right, so
Yeah.
the motion is to award the RFP, and if none of you agree with that, then all of you would vote no.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second the
There we go.
motion. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
No.
Okay.
Richardson, no.
Okay.
No, it's all no.
Okay, so it doesn't pass.
Okay.
We're not awarding the land disposition agreement.
And the only thing I add is thank you to the work of our incredible team, with affordable housing and with this project in particular. And it is an unfortunate outcome, and this does not deter our support and our spirit for affordable housing. And we do need to do more, and we will continue to fight to do more.
I would, okay. So, setting aside still some confusion about what just happened, to create closure on this particular process and this parcel, we are putting before town meeting votes on the other parcels around Long Pond to place those into conservation. Part of what I was proposing was a pathway to get 90% of this parcel to conservation and also get some affordable housing out of that. Shy of that, I would like to see us take some steps to actually affirm the status of this land. And I think the first step to do that is actually to figure out what the current status is, whether it is actually subject to Article 97, and still do that work to understand what the status of this parcel of land is as town-owned land, so that we can understand what steps are needed or advisable moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Are we finished with this discussion? I think we are, and I think it's clear that that the consensus of the board was that Mr. Renshaw not sign a notice of award for land development for this property. So, okay, we will move on to report and overview of the trash and recycling curbside contract. Mr. Renshaw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Peter McConerty, our DPW Director, is working his way to the podium, I just wanted to provide some context. About 8 months ago, I believe we presented to the board the fact that acknowledging that the current waste management contract with Nauset Waste Connections was going into its last year, we were prepared to...
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Town Manager. I just received a text, or actually came in a few minutes ago, that the front doors to the senior center are locked.
That was me. Thank you.
Okay, are they unlocked now? Because for open meeting,
So they've automatically they automatically lock it at a certain time, so at 10:45. So I can probably post somebody at the door. The doors are set. It's a modern technology. Go figure. They locked at 10:45.
sorry.
If you don't mind, let's just do that. Let's just get through this. Okay. All right. Just to make sure that there's no one standing outside. So Mr. McConerty has been working for the past 8 months, also in consultation with the Solid Waste Advisory Committee towards looking at options with regards to perhaps extending our contract agreement with Waste Connections Nauset. I wanted to make a point to the board, I think you've all heard me say this before, in the 2.5 years that I've been here, Nauset Waste Connections, I think, has done a very good job. They've been very responsive. At any rate, I want Peter to kind of go over a general overview of the major provisions and conditions of the contract. This is a town manager contract to execute, but there's a lot of important inclusions in this, and the addition of, I think, a very beneficial component with regards to a new MSW, municipal solid waste tote or container. So, Peter.
Good evening. Thank you. Peter McConaty, Director of Public Works. As Town Manager Michael Renshaw had mentioned, we've been working with the contractor on the solid waste curbside collection contract. I would like to, I know we're running late, so I'm going to try to keep it contained, and I did write some notes down to make sure that I did keep it succinct. First of all, I'd like to give the thank you and kudos to the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. Tonight we have our Chair, Alan Robinson. We also have Richard Merrick, and working with Scott Peterson also, and we also have our Solid Waste Recycling Coordinator, Mary Ryder, here tonight. So we'd like to thank them for their hard work and effort in assisting the town and providing the contract, some of the contract items for the contract that we're talking about now. So the town met and worked with the Solid Waste Advisory Committee during the duration of the contract negotiation, and I'd like to provide a couple of minutes at the end for the Solid Waste Advisory Chair to make some comments. So about a year ago, we talked about contract negotiation versus an RFP. So the town is looking for a new 5-year contract that'll begin on July 1st, 2027. It'll end on July 30th, 2032. The Town Manager's Office, Public Works, and the Solid Waste Advisory Committee began contract discussions around August of 2025. We compiled all the necessary items that we wanted to see in the future contract. Public Works incorporated the changes into the contract and was preparing for the next steps of going out for an RFP or negotiating with the current contractor. In preparation for that, Mass DEP had a 6-month workshop. It was a 1-day-a-month workshop that they provided for all cities and towns across Massachusetts. There was about 15 cities and towns in Massachusetts that enrolled in the workshop. I also enrolled in it, and it was best practices for and negotiating topics for providing a new trash contract. In discussion with the current contractor, I mentioned that the town was contemplating going out with an RFP. Contractor stated that they could provide the items that the town was looking for to incorporate and could help the town with additional curbside collection matters. They also did not want to lose the contract. They have been a good provider to the town, so they wanted to work towards that goal. The town started meeting with the contractor in approximately November 2025 to go over the proposed contract. And after multiple meetings, the contractor and working with town council, the current contract language was completed. So the contract is for 5 years, 2027 to 2032. The portions of the contract that were changed from the previous contract are rollout of trash carts. This is something that the town's been looking at for multiple years. In 2021, we went to town meeting and did an article for recycling carts. That worked out very well. There was a little back and forth during the rollout stages of it, but it worked out very well. We're looking to follow the same procedure and mimic the same rollout for the trash carts. The trash carts we're looking at through advice through the Solid Waste Advisory Committee is they wanted to go with 64 gallons. However, a 95-gallon and a 32-gallon container could be available by request if it's approved by the public, by request and approved by the Public Works. And the reason for that is there are some residents in Falmouth that would like a smaller container, and there are some residents in Falmouth that have a larger family and that the trash would not fit into a 64-gallon container, so they'd like to go with a 96. The goal is to stay with one trash container. We don't want to be having multiple trash containers on the side of the curb, so we're looking to work with that way, with either a smaller container or a larger container. Through multiple negotiations and conversations with the contractor, the cost of the cart came out to be a 75% contractor and a 25% town cost split. So it started out as the containers being $1.2 million. Back and forth with the contract, it went down to $900,000. Then it went down to $750,000. Then it went down to $500,000. And then finally, it went down to $300,000. And the contractor was very amenable to be able to work with that, but the contractor also has to make the money back for the town's portion of that for the 5-year contract. So there is a clause in the town that the town has the right to purchase the carts at the end of the contract if there's a contract termination or proposed, or at the end of the contract or a contract termination. And the cost for the prorated cart is approximately 15% of their value. The ownerships of the carts will remain, the maintenance of the carts will remain in the contractor's responsibility. The contractor will be responsible for maintenance of the trash carts and the recycling carts. At this time, Public Works is responsible for maintenance of the recycling carts. We have been for approximately 3 years. And it's a weekly responsibility for the Highway Division to keep inventory parts and have crews available for repairs. That's something we did not expect during the original rollout when we went for the grant and went for the original article through town meeting. So it is a cumbersome on top of the Highway Department and Public Works to be able to maintain these carts and keep them in good working condition on a weekly basis. So the rollout will be prior to Memorial Day, and the town, the Solid Waste Advisory Committee, and the contractor will coordinate the public notices. The rollout will be managed by the contractor, but we'll have input from our solid waste recycling contractor, solid waste recycling coordinator, and we'll use the same system as the recycling cart rollout in 2023. The contract also has a section for municipalities' right for other collection, and what that is specifically for is the town and the state has been looking at compost pickup for future initiations of compost pickup. So we wanted to have that in the contract, so it wouldn't be a read open on a contract. It's in the contract that would be able to negotiate it at a future time if that does come out between 2027 and 2032. Those are the highlights of the contract, and I just wanted to go over that with an overview, but if there are any questions, I'm glad to answer them.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. McConerty, I just don't understand the concept of giving away the recycling bins. I mean, you guys did a great job to get them. I know it's kind of a pain to fix them. I feel like the contractor should be buying those instead of us giving them to them, or we should just let the residents own them, and if they have to fix the wheel, they can fix it themselves. I don't understand that part. And the other thing is, with the trash cans, I've noticed a lot of people in town have already gone out and bought these big trash cans with the flip lid that's, it seems like it would be acceptable. And so I'm just wondering, are they going to just throw those away? And, it seems like we're maybe, I don't know, I hate to see wasting any money at this time, and it just feels like no matter what it looks like on paper, it feels like we're just giving something away there. I just can't get my head around that part of it.
So the first thing, we talk about the trash carts. It makes sense from the Public Works perspective that the contract is going to be responsible for the trash carts and fixing the trash carts and repair of the trash carts. Public Works, we don't want to be going out on a weekly basis fixing trash carts and keep on purchasing parts and wheels and lids for the trash carts. So for us, it made sense if they're going to be doing the trash carts, they might as well take over the recycling carts. And it was actually, when we were talking to them, they mentioned it, and we concurred that it would be better for Public Works for them to take over the carts. So if they break a cart on the side of the road, they'll be replacing the cart, and we won't be getting phone calls to Public Works saying, we got a broken cart recycling container, Public Works owns that, or we have a broken trash container, the contractor owns that. We wanted to put it all together under the contract.
I understand that from the management point of it, but the other thing is, when we get to the end of the next 5-year contract, we got nothing. Now we got to start from scratch over again, or else deal with this contractor who's kind of holding these barrels over our head.
So in the contract, that the town, there's a clause that the town has the right to purchase those. If the town at the end of the contract chooses to go with another contractor, or if there's a termination, if something happens and there's a termination, that there's a clause in the contract that has a percentage of, there's actually dollar figures.
I saw that.
For the barrels. So a current barrel, a 95-gallon barrel right now is about $70. So if something happened during the contract or at the end of the contract, we'd be getting those barrels, those carts for approximately $12, between $8 and $12, depending on the size. So we thought about that, and we didn't want to get stuck as a town to say, all right, we went automated, now we don't have the carts, what do we do? So that's why we put the clause in there that the town has the right to purchase those carts.
So how much money is that? 22,000 times $24 or?
$10.
Well, 12 for the,
8 to $10, 8 to 12.
I guess depending on the size.
Depending on the size, correct.
Say $10 times 22 would be $220,000.
Times 2, because the recycling, so almost $500,000 potentially, right? I mean, I guess we can do it, but just, if,
The second item you mentioned,
well, the recycling bins, we'd have to buy those back too after giving them to the contractor, right?
The recycling, yeah,
I
read the
mean,
trash and the recycling.
I understand there's a value to having them maintain them, but they seem pretty durable. Have they really been breaking that much?
They are durable and they do break, because what happens is the automated arms come down on the trucks and they either bang them on the ground, or where they're picking them up and they're shaking them into the truck, the lids break off on them. They are durable containers, but the wheels and the lids are the most parts that get broken.
So it is a real maintenance problem.
It's a maintenance problem for us, for Public Works.
Mr. Chair, I apologize, I don't have a microphone, but I'll talk a little louder. My battery's dead.
We're down to one.
In response to the So I would rather the DPW roads crews be fixing potholes and maintaining our roads than putting wheels on trash totes. That's my perspective.
I agree.
Having watched it for 2.5 years, I just don't think that's a very effective use of that resource.
I know we want to hear from Mr. Robinson, but I have a question. So it seems like we're not really required to approve this? This is something that is totally within the town manager's domain?
Yes, it's a contract, yes. Solid waste. Number one is exempt from 30B, which I think everyone knows, but yes, this is a contract. It's the purview of my office.
Okay, and can we assume that your office intends to go forward with this contract?
You can assume that, yes.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Peter, do you have any concerns about the Bourne landfill at all and its capacity to handle the amount of tonnage that we're shipping up there? Because there's obviously a lot of hearsay about it. It's filling up and they're taking contracts from off-Cape.
Yeah, so recently the Bourne landfill expanded their facility. The town of Falmouth, we renewed our contract. It was over in 2025. We renewed our contract for another 5 years. So for our contractor goes till December 29th, 2029. So it's until 2030. So I'm not concerned about the amount of trash going to Bourne. In the next contract, when we go up to the renewal of the Bourne integrated solid waste facility, we might want to be thinking about it at that time. But I think during this time right now, I think they can take the town's trash. So they take the town's municipal solid waste, and the recycling goes over the bridge to their facility in Rochester.
And one other follow-up question. I had the benefit of sitting in the Finance Committee as we were looking over the budgets. A question was raised about potentially saving the town some money by converting this to an enterprise type of contract. This one's signed for 5 years. Would we have to do a whole new contract at that point?
No, we would not. So
Okay.
Thank you. No, we would not need to redo the contract, because this is more of a funding mechanism, I understand, and Mr. Robinson knows more of the history than I do. It was looked at once before, shifting from where the revenues adequate to fund this come from property taxes. Most communities that I've managed in the past, there's a fee, and it's run like a proprietary or an enterprise fund where residents pay a certain fee for that service. Something that we can certainly look at. But to answer your question, if we ever go that direction, to basically free up $3 million in funds that we're using to fund this out of the general fund. That would be a whole other discussion not involving this contract. It's just how the contract is funded, what bucket of money it comes from.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you all. My name is Alan Robinson. I chair the Select Board-appointed Solid Waste Advisory Committee. And just if I can start with a point to Mr. Reed's question with regard to the Bourne landfill. The Bourne landfill is working on their state permitted expansion that will carry their capacity into the 2040s. So we're in very good shape. We have a very good contract with them, a very fortunate contract. I think I can speak for our entire committee that we are delighted to have this opportunity to tell you that we are quite pleased with and support the terms and conditions of the draft contract for the collection and disposal of solid waste and recyclables. We applaud the administration in their efforts. We thank them for considering and incorporating the recommendations developed and submitted by our committee. This morning, our committee submitted to Peter a short list of minor suggested edits to improve the clarity for the public and for minor changes in the terms and conditions. None of these, if accepted, will meaningfully alter the terms of the contract draft made available last week. This contract, when agreed to by Nauset Disposal, will be a win for the town. First is that it is on target to be signed more than a year before their current contract ends. Second, the contract will bring a quality trash cart for each household with a choice of size. Third, it recognizes that there will be opportunities to pilot innovative approaches to trash and recyclables collection during the term of the contract. And fourth, it acknowledges that during the course of the contract, the town may opt to add food scrap compost collection. The state has mandated every town reduce trash tonnage by 2030 to levels 30% lower than in 2018. This contract, complemented by trash reduction initiatives already underway, and with more to come, and with the support of every household in Falmouth, will help us achieve that 2030 goal. Our collective work, I'm talking about the collective here, everyone here really, has just begun. We need to get the message about the new CART program to the entire community, and there is no time to waste to do that by Memorial Day. We have a number of ideas, and we'll be teaming with the Select Board, the administration, Nauset, and many others on this in the weeks to come and beyond. Finally, we invite members of the community with interest, ideas, or concerns about this program to attend SWAC's next monthly meeting, Tuesday, April 14th, 7 p.m. in Town Hall. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes. One question for the two of you. So if we were to reduce our trash tonnage by 30% by 2030, that's 3 years, correct? 3 years into this contract, which goes through 2032. Would we be in a position to drop our curbside trash collection to every other week in line with the recycling? And if so, would there be any flexibility within this contract, which currently calls for weekly trash collection, to make that change?
One, with respect to, well, actually, let me turn it over to Peter to answer that question.
Currently, the trash is weekly and the recycling is bi-weekly. We're trying to set up the cart situation so the recycling's 96 and the trash is 64 or lower. You want to get that offset. Our preference is not to have a 96-gallon cart. So the intention, we're not looking at making it a bi-weekly trash. We're looking at keeping it weekly. At some point in time, if the compost gets taken out of the trash, because the compost it degrades and that's the stuff that starts to smell. But typically in the summertime, residents want to get that trash out of their house or garage or driveway and get that picked up. So our intention is to keep it weekly, But to be able to remove, to lower the trash or to be able to move that compost, I think removing the compost, as Alan has mentioned, that's about a third of the weight of the trash. That's gonna make a big difference for trash volumes and costs at the Bourne landfill.
To achieve that 2030 goal, you'll have to make progress on the food scrap compost. Whether at some time in the future, it could result in reducing trash, which can be just inert, really, to once every 2 weeks. That's a great goal to strive for.
The one thing noticeably missing is, what is the actual cost? I don't see that in here. I could see a one daily value, but I didn't see a total number, unless I don't see how I missed it.
So the thing about this contract is, and Alan had mentioned to it, is we did it a year before. So the 5-year contract extension starts on July 1st of 2027. We're still in year 4 of the contract now. We'll be going into year 5 in July of this year. So I have the town meeting book, and in the town meeting book, we're about 2.5 million for the trash and about $1 million for the recycling, so it's like 3.5. Under the contract, it can only go up by the CPI, and it's a maximum of 6%. They can't go over 6%. Over the last several years, they've been 5.2, 4.8, 5.2. So the contract for this year, we're looking at approximately for the trash about $210,000 per month, starting in July to the following July. What the CPI does in 2026, that's will determine the 2027 rate at July 1st. No, so the contract stays the same. The contract from 2022 to now stays the same. The CPI is the CPI. They can only go up.
What is CPI? I'm sorry.
The Consumer Price Index.
Okay.
So actually, what the finance director did do this year is rewrote the CPI because it's on a rolling annual average, and they were doing the annual average a couple of years in May, a couple of years in June, so we refined it to be in May. That seemed to be the better average. You don't always get the indices out in June.
Peter, let me just, to be directly responsive, we talked to Laura Citron, the finance director, this afternoon, and thank you for the question. So currently, this current FY26, we're projected to expend $3.8 million combined. The MSW, I call it the municipal solid waste, and the recycling combined, 3.8. Assuming we go forward with this contract, adding the totes and the consumer price index increase that we're projecting, again, south short of 6%, because that's the cap, we're looking at about $3.9 million for next year, July 1st, 2026. In other words, the start of our fiscal year 27. So 3.8 million all in this year, FY26. If we go forward with this, another $100,000 in effect. It'll go to 3.9 million. That gives you kind of a...
I guess the carts are a pretty small part of it then, actually, aren't they?
They are.
Thank you.
Well, thanks to these two, because they could have been a much larger part, because Peter mentioned it was like 1.2 or 1.3 million to add the 22,000 carts initially, and through his negotiation and working with the SWAC, they got it down to $300,000 for 22,000 carts.
All right, well, I appreciate that. Thanks.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to discuss and consider a vote to designate a member of the Select Board to seek input on the request for the naming and the placement of a plaque on the Shining Sea Bike Path honoring Patty and Leonard Johnson. Mr. Renshaw. Oh, hello, Dr.
A quick intro. So we've passed the one-year wait period. As you may recall, back on February 11th of last year, a formal request was made by the Friends of Falmouth Bikeways to initiate the naming process according to the naming policy adopted by the Select Board. Just for background, Patty and Leonard Johnson are longtime Falmouth residents who advocated relentlessly and tirelessly to make the Shining Sea Bikeway extension a reality. And without all of that hard work and effort and dedication, the project would never have been possible. Mr. Chair and Select Board, the request is for the placement of a plaque along the bike path near the Great Sippawisset Marsh between mile markers 6.4 and 6.5. At the March 24th meeting last year, the Select Board voted again to initiate the naming process outlined in the naming policy. And as I mentioned earlier, that 1 year has passed. So now, in accordance with the board policy, and after that waiting period has now officially elapsed, a member of the Select Board, in accordance with the policy, should be designated to seek input and advice from whichever department, board, committee, or commission oversees the public facility or place to be named. And Mr. Chair, after the designated Select Board member reports back to the full board their findings, the board would then advertise and conduct a public hearing to seek input from the community. I think that outlines the process.
We certainly hear what you have to say. You've waited a long time, but I think really all that needs to be done here is to designate a member to do the research and come back to the board with its recommendation. But if you want to tell us a little bit about Leonard and Patty Johnson, go right ahead.
Oh, that's fine. I'm content, and I'm sure they would be not offended. So
okay, well,
as long
everybody
as we keep
pretty
it
much
moving.
knows Leonard and Patty. Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Muscali, I think it would be great if you would accept the challenge to investigate this matter. So I nominate you to do the investigating.
I'd be honored to, so thank you. Okay. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Okay. Now, back to the School Building Committee. Consider a vote to appoint members to the Lawrence School Building Committee. School Committee members Susan Augusta and Margaret Sousa. Select Board member to serve in the capacity of a representative of the body duly authorized to construct school buildings in the town, and that I would nominate Dr. Goldstone for that position. And Mr. Paul Dart, Director of Finance and Operations for Falmouth Public Schools, to serve in the capacity of both a local budget official and a local official responsible for building maintenance. Mr. Renshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You summed that up quite nicely. I just want to bring the board's attention to the fact that, again, back on March 9th, Select Board had voted to appoint Select Board member Doug Brown, School Superintendent Dr. Lori Doerr, the school principal, Mr. Tom Bushy, and myself as the town manager to serve on the committee. This evening, you heard from some applicants with regards to community membership, folks that wanted to serve on the committee. Also importantly, Mr. Chair and Board, I wanted to point out that on March 10th, the school committee had met, voted to recommend to the Select Board the appointment of school committee members Susan Augusta and Margaret Sousa to the Lawrence School Building Committee. Mr. Chair, as you indicated, I'm also recommending, in addition to appointing the 2 school committee members, which had been recommended by the school committee, I'm also recommending Mr. Paul Dart, who currently serves, as you all know, as the Director of Finance and Operations for Falmouth Public Schools, to serve again in that role of the local budget official and wearing the second hat of the local official that's responsible for school building maintenance.
Okay, so motion to approve the appointments of the following members to the local school building committee as indicated by the town manager. Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Yep. Yep.
Because I did not specifically mention, and I think you did, the additional Select Board member to serve in that capacity of, I'm going to try to get the wording correctly, to serve in the capacity of a representative of the body authorized to construct school buildings in the town. And I believe you had recommended Vice Chair Goldstone to serve in that capacity. I wanted to make sure that was part of the motion as well.
Very well, as amended. There's a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, very good. Thank you. So our next item is to consider a request from Indivisible Falmouth for a waiver of the special event permit fee and a request for an appeal of the condition on the permit for no amplified music on the village green for the No Kings protest rally. Mr. Renshaw, want to give us some background here?
I will take you through the process. We will. So a summary of the process, Mr. Chair and Board. Invincible Falmouth contacted the town manager's office regarding No Kings Rally, which is planned, as you all know, for March 28th. The No Kings 3 rally on Saturday, March 28th is expected, based upon the application, to draw a much larger crowd than usual, as this is National No Kings Day. Because of the large crowd and for the safety of pedestrians crossing the sidewalk to the green, and due to the fact that the applicant expressed safety concerns related to the event during the meeting with the Special Event Working Group, which was held on March 9th, the town manager's office requested an application for special event be completed, again, due to concerns with regards to public safety, community safety, as well as the safety of the participants. Indivisible Falmouth submitted an application for special events back on February 27th for the No King Rally protest on the green, again on March 28th. I wanted to point out, Mr. Chair and Board, the typical requirement that applications be submitted no less than 60 days in advance of the event was waived. The Special Events Working Group, as I mentioned, met on March 9th. The event organizers who submitted the application were invited to this particular meeting to discuss, share with the town staff details with respect to the special event that's planned. That Special Event Working Group included various town departments. The assistant town manager tends to lead that effort. The police chief was present for this particular meeting, fire rescue, Department of Public Works, building, health departments, recreation, and beach. And town council has also been attending these meetings for the past probably 8 months to provide her input. The working group back on March 9th discussed public safety concerns and issues with the organizer. And as a result of that conversation, the recommendation coming from the review group was that the organizer hire 2 police details, including 2 cruisers for the safety of pedestrians crossing from the sidewalk to the green. It's my understanding because of the significantly larger anticipated crowds, they wanted a couple of police details to ensure safe passage, if you will, along the north side of Main Street across to the green. The second condition was that no signs were to be hung or nailed to trees. And lastly, that no amplified music, recorded or live, would to be played at any time during the event. Amplification was to be allowed for speakers, folks that are speaking at the event only. Mr. Chair, as you mentioned, Indivisible Falmouth submitted a request to the Select Board for both a waiver of the standard $200 permit fee and also specifically a request to appeal the condition on the permit with regards to no amplified music on the green. Town Council has provided an opinion, well, a memorandum, I should say, in your packet concerning the subject of requiring a special event permit for the use of the green for a protest and placement of reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions or conditions on the permit. And it's my office's recommendation that Select Board maintain the condition for no amplified music, recorded or live, be played at any time during the event. And with that, I understand the applicant is here to address the board as well, but that would be my recommendation.
Just one question, Mr. Renshaw. If the speakers are allowed to have amplification, and the applicant has indicated that in correspondence to the board, and he's here this evening, that he would be, they would be agreeable to the same type of amplification for songs. Is there really an issue? If we're going to allow it for speakers, why are we going to not allow it for music?
So I think there is a difference. I think there is a difference, a distinction between speakers being allowed for folks that are speaking literally, and in a live musical performance. And I'll phrase it this way: because of the large anticipated crowd, and I did consult with Police Chief Laurie last week and again this morning on this point, because I was wanting to kind of illustrate our concerns with regards to the safety of the public, not only those that are gathering for the event, but people that are driving past it. Conceivably, with a live band playing, there could be, in large amounts of people congregating and crossing over, again, that north side of Main Street, there could be a potential for a vehicular accident, distracted driver, somebody kind of rubbernecking and hearing the music with their windows rolled down. It's a nice day on Saturday, and they hear the music and they're distracted. So there's that potential, and I think it's real. So that would, Mr. Chair, would be my distinction and kind of the difference between somebody that's just speaking in a rally using a megaphone or even an amplified speaker versus live musical performance, which is my understanding. I think this is a point as well I wanted to make. It's my understanding that traditionally there's not been amplified music, live music, I should say, has not been permitted on the green.
Can we hear from the applicant on this?
Newman? Thank you. Jim Newman, Indivisible Falmouth. I do appreciate the opportunity, and I do appreciate all of the various waivers that have been offered to us as part of this process. I do also feel really strongly that music as a First Amendment protected form of speech should be considered very favorably and not treated as different from speech. We have tentatively a folk duo lined up to play if the temperature is warm enough that their fingers can handle it. This is not going to be something that people driving by are even aware of, probably. We also would like to play recorded music from a playlist. The playlist includes songs that are composed by a local person specifically in support of our protests on the green. Protest songs, but they are local and written by this local guy. So I really find it a little hard to understand why this is a safety issue. We hear music coming from the cars going by that's very loud sometimes, and there's also there are events at the St. Barnabas Church with amplified music, which is at least as loud as anything we would do, and that's a weekly event in the summer, I think. Lobster on the Lawn. So anyway, I would really like to ask the board to support this.
I think you had also indicated that in the past there has been amplified music at the green. Am I correct in that? And that you've said that?
Our amplified music or others? Yeah, we did find something on Facebook showing a Christmas event on the green with a singer like this with a microphone, with a band behind her that probably wasn't amplified, but with the amplified music for a Christmas. I think it was the tree lighting event.
So, two things. One, I've been to a number of your guys' events. and I don't think the level of music you're describing is even louder than the speakers. I've spoken at your events. I know I've spoken louder than the music. But I do understand the town manager's concerns. Does the fact it's a folk group change? I know I'm trying to thread the needle here between safety and.
Could I throw in one other issue?
I'd like to town manager first, and then go back to you.
Does the genre of music? No, it's literally, again, it's kind of, I'm trying to look holistically, and again, I know all of the previous rallies, protests have been just superbly well managed and done. Here's what's my concern. Any amplified live music in combination with the crowds that the applicant is projecting, that's the concern. And I tried to illustrate a scenario that I thought was very real, and perhaps it was a reach, but that's my concern. It's not the type of music, the genre of the music. It's the combination of having such a large gathering and crowd, and I'm just going to say this out loud, in the crazy world that we live in now, and all of this kind of factoring and coming together. Now we're having police details to help marshal folks across the street safely, but also to have the cruiser presence as a visibility to, unfortunately, we have to do to protect the participants in the rally. Again, I'm looking at this with the lens of protecting the town and making sure that the event is safe, and whatever I can do to kind of mitigate the risk. And in my opinion, professional opinion, the addition of that amplified live music band, I didn't know it was going to be that type of music, honestly. I just heard amplified music in combination with those other factors just makes it become a completely different thing, and it caused a lot of concern.
Just a
both
point
myself and the police chief, honestly.
Just a point of clarification, the example you brought up, the tree lighting, the roads are actually all shut down for that. So if there is any amplification, the traffic's shut down.
True.
I gotta say, I support your event and the right to free speech, and certainly it's great that you have this opportunity. I just don't like the concept of the music. I don't want to turn this into a party. I think you're there to make a point about political activism, and that's fair. But if we start having music, and it's too much for me. I just think that it should be a political statement and not an event per se, as making a big event out of it. I mean, it just doesn't seem right to me to make it like that much of an event.
Well, with due respect, the music is part of the protest. It's not entertainment. There's a message in the music. I also want to point out that with with this system we're using, the amplification, it's barely audible at the extreme ends of the green. This is not something that's blasting out. Mr. Renshaw has specifically cited live music as part of what he's concerned about. We also want to play canned music, and if that was all we could do, we would work with that. But it's not, this isn't a rock concert. The music is alternating with our speakers as we have it planned.
I just feel like it sets a precedent as well. And what's going to be next week? Some other group that wants to counter-protest your protest or something? I don't really want to go there with music on the green, honestly.
That possibility exists, and that's because of our free society and the protections for free speech and free expression of speech. So I understand your concerns, and it may very well be a precedent, but that's the way our government is and what our rights are.
I will say, I'm deeply uncomfortable with putting the town in the position of treating a First Amendment protected activity subject to permit by the town and picking apart how that First Amendment protected activity plays out. We need to ensure that public safety is cared for, and the group has decided that the police details are sufficient for public safety. And with that, I would like to see this board grant both the fee waiver and the appeal. I don't want to be making these choices for any other group as well, to your point. Like, I don't think this sets a precedent for having a concert on the green. That's not what we're talking about. And I don't want to be in the position of this board regulating how and what, trying to, because constitutionally we can't regulate how or what any group is trying to exercise First Amendment.
So, Chair, I do agree on the music waiver. I actually disagree on the fee waiver because, I know you're technically a nonpartisan group, but this is a very partisan activity. And I think moving forward, and I've talked with a number of my colleagues about this, I think we need to have a discussion about our fee waiver policy given the fiscal scenario we're in. So I actually do not want to grant the fee waiver. I don't know how other board members feel, but I do want to grant, like the Vice Chair said, the music waiver. With respect to the town manager's recommendation, I do really appreciate what you're saying, Mike, and I really understand that you are putting safety first. I do feel with having 2 officers and police details there, I think we should hopefully be well covered. This Mike's better than that too. So, down to 1. I don't know if there was a motion.
It's late. I'm just going to make the motion. Motion to grant fee waiver and grant the appeal of the prohibition on amplified music.
Thanks.
I'll second the motion. Okay. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor? What?
You want to vote them together?
That's the way the motion was. Do we want to separate them? We can separate them if that makes you more comfortable.
Well, I'm just saying.
We've got a motion and a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Reed is indicating aye. Mr. Brown?
No.
Mr. Brown, no.
But I do want to have hopefully our next meeting, if we can, discuss fee waivers, because I think we should, as a fiscal policy.
We can certainly have that on a future agenda for discussion. Okay. Okay. All right, moving on to our last matter. Consider approval of a letter submitted by the Short-Term Rental Advisory Committee. Mr. Brown, would you care to give us a little background here on behalf of the committee?
Yeah, the committee's trying to do a little public outreach with the Short-Term Rental Advisory Committee's draft bylaw. So we crafted a letter, which is in your packet, and we felt, on advice of Associate Town Council, that it might be best to have the Select Board approve the release of such a letter. So that's why I submitted it to the board, and I hope you've had a chance to read it. And if you feel like it's something you can endorse, then we'll send it to the editor for publication in the Enterprise.
You know, I for one have some questions about the Select Board authorizing a committee to submit a letter to the editor. So I'm not in favor of the motion.
So my question is, why does the Select Board have to approve it? Can't you just do it as a committee? I'm ignorant to this, but.
Well, that was the advice of the Associate Town Council, who was at our meeting, so we want to heed the advice.
I think
I mean, honestly, I would resist committees being able to submit letters to the editor on their own as positions of the
I kind of disagree. I think that's kind of the point of committees. I know they make recommendations to us, but, you know, town meeting is a separate body than us, and I think they have a right to make a recommendation to said bodies.
Well, they could certainly write letters as individuals, but that's just my feeling.
I'll say specifically with regard to this letter, it implicates the select board by saying that we have said to vote as drafted. I personally expressed this earlier in the process as well. I personally have a lot of reservations about this and would not be in favor of sending this letter to the enterprise. That's just one of 5.
All right, so we need Colin.
We seem to have lost Colin.
Mr. Reed.
I hope the batteries.
Mr. Reed, you need to be the deciding vote on an issue. We have a 2-2 board right now. So the short-term rental advisory committee wants to send a letter to the board to summarize. I believe they should be able to, because I just think boards, they should be able to. Doug agrees. Bob and Heather do not agree that that should be the stance for different reasons. So all you. If anyone else wants to repeat what they said, please feel free.
And really, I don't know.
Go ahead.
You phrase it as an endorsement of the bylaw, but it's really just permission to state our case in the paper. So it's not like.
The case as stated implies that the select board is in favor.
I would have to agree, and in particular, it does mention, although we're not going to parse it, that the Board of Health is on board, or it seems to imply that they are, and we certainly know that they're not by reports that we have heard. So anyway,
Well, we don't know yet. because
no,
they're
we
gonna
don't.
meet
I'm
on
just,
Monday, and we'll
I'm
see.
just saying.
Mr. Reed.
How vote you?
It's up to you.
Both sides make really good points.
Can't vote both sides.
Cannot vote both sides.
Maybe you should have stayed in the bathroom.
I know, right? Mr. Chair, would you please just consolidate your and Dr. Goldstone's point for me?
Well, I'll certainly consolidate my point, which is that I don't think it's advisable for this board to be permitting or allowing committees to send letters to the editor. It's more a process thing. I mean, I've made my point well known as to where I have a problem with the short-term rental bylaw, and it's really only with respect to one specific provision. So my objection is not necessarily the same as Dr. Goldstone's. My objection is more just the process of this board, allowing committees to send letters to the editor. If they want to submit letters on their own, obviously they have done that in the past. We have had letters from Mr. Crane and Ms. Harris on this very issue that they sent letters to the editor. So that's my feeling, Mr. Reed.
I'll make mine very short. I'm uncomfortable with both the process and the content.
Process?
Similar to Chair Muscali.
This process.
Yeah.
And Mr. Brown, I'm sorry, we're going to review everything, sorry.
It's another 10 minutes.
Yeah. Why not go longer? Let's go to midnight. Yeah, Mr. Brown, why not have a committee member just send this out on their own with the title of their name and being a member?
That's certainly an option. We felt like we wanted to do it as a committee, so we thought we'd give it a go.
I appreciate that. I think given the fact that Ms. Harris was in the last paper, doing it again with the same information is fine. Just probably I will side with the chair and vice chair on this one.
Okay. Also, we do need to vote on it, though. So based on earlier advice, I'll make the motion and we'll have the vote. Motion to approve sending the letter as drafted by the Short-Term Rental Advisory Committee.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Is there much support for reviewing the minutes of the meetings, or can we?
Motion to approve. Motion to approve the minutes. Oh, actually, I do actually have one question for Mr. Chair and Town Manager. I know I had made this request, and I know we've had a lot happening, but if we could, given my time on the board is expiring soon, review the cannabis license before I'm off the board, I would appreciate that.
I made that commitment to you, and we will.
Pick up the microphone.
I seconded. All in favor to adjourn?
Aye.
Carlson Printing, 508-548-7303. Our email address is carlsonprinting@gmail.com. Carlson Printing, for all your printing needs.
Hosting services for fctv.org are provided by MegaNet Communications. MegaNet offers a wide array of internet services, including Mega Backup Cloud Service, server colocation, T1, fiber, Metro Ethernet, as well as telephone services such as hosted PBX and digital voice. Their #1 goal is to keep your communications network up and running and allow you to focus on growing your business. 877-634-2638 or meganet.net.
John's Liquor Store, 729 Main Street, Falmouth, 508-548-2287.
Falmouth Select Board Chair Manager Mike Renshaw are recapping Select Board meetings on FCTV's newest series, Select Board Report. Watch new episodes of Select Board Report Thursdays, live at 5, at fctv.org or on YouTube. Have a question about what happened at the last Select Board meeting? Ask our host by visiting fctv.org/watch/SBR.